esteemed guests, it is my great honor to be invited.
welcome to the launch of the Women Entrepreneurs Financing Code. And what we will do now as wait for the official opening is to get to know who is in the room we would also like to let you know that tea is served, tea or coffee is served, so you can have a tea or coffee. And what we'll do in the meantime to who in the shop and
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sylvia Jagwe Owachi, Executive Director and Acting MD at Cairo Bank, Uganda Limited.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jenny Rachel Nakato. I'm the Chief Technology Officer from Pearl Bank, Uganda, formerly Post Bank, Uganda.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Poron. I serve as the Chief Executive at the Stanbic Business Incubator.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Nanskombi Lubega, and I'm a manager, Women Banking, Stanbic Bank, Uganda.
Good morning, everybody, and you're welcome to this event. My name is Ruth Aisha Kasolo. I'm the project coordinator for the GROW project at PSFU. You are all welcome.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rajo. I work with UNOMA as program officer. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ishmael Sapa, Chief Student Advisor for Consumer Centrics. Great to be here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hajara Kasule from Bank of Uganda. I head the Admin Funds Department that is in charge of the Agricultural Credit Facility and Small Business Recovery Fund.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andrew Kawere. I lead the National Payment Systems Department at the Central Bank.
Good morning, everyone. Rita Karungi Butime is my name. I work in the National Payment Systems Department, the Secretariat for the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. Glad to be here.
Good morning. My name is Esther Sempira, and I'm the Monitoring and Evaluation Specialist at the GROW project.
Good morning. I'm Anthony Chintumwanje. I am the head of the Secretariat for Private Sector Development Program at the Ministry of Finance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Samuel Mateha Shihongola. I am head marketing and communication at DTB Diamond Trust Bank. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amanya Brian from the IT Business Automation Department at Bank of Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning. Muchungus Pavin, IT Manager at Development Microfinance Limited.
Good morning. Shafiq Maganda is my name. Operations Manager, Development Microfinance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Init Shabirhame, MD Orion Restaurants, a woman entrepreneur.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Justin Kasigwa Gaba, Director One Stop Center, Uganda Investment Authority. To all entrepreneurs in the room, please come and get a domestic investment license.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chisaka Diana, Assistant Commissioner for Finance at Uganda Revenue Authority.
Since you are so clear, we'll measure how many have been able to gesture even after this meeting.
And again, Chairman, Consumer Centrics. Great to be here.
Good morning, Stephen Asimwe, CEO of PSFU.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayo Akala, and I'm the country manager for the World Bank here in Uganda. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Kajingo, Vice Chair of the Board of Directors of Private Sector Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. Kisoyo Rahim. I work with the Minister of Finance.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jacqueline Babazi, and I'm the Executive Director at the Association of Microfinance Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Beatrice Lugalambi. I'm the General Manager, Corporate Communications and Marketing at Centenary Bank.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yana Nyiramanza Mudu. I'm the team lead at FITSPA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Amito. I'm the head communications and corporate affairs at the Uganda Bankers Association.
Good morning. My name is Flavia Wile. I'm the program manager, membership and financial inclusion at AMFIU.
Bonjour, good morning. I'm Veronica Gladys Namagembe, MD Pride Bank.
Hello and good morning, everyone. I'm Shashidhar, MD Bank of Baroda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Atopista Antale Sechito, and I'm the National Head for the Financial Ombudsman Services.
Good morning to you all. My name is Wilbrod Owor, Executive Director, Uganda Bankers Association.
Good morning. My name is Ishaq Umar Idrisu, the Regional Manager, Islamic Development Bank.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Juma Rashida from the Islamic Development Bank.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shafi Nambovi, the CEO of Ugaford. I'm also a member for the Central Executive Committee, UBA, and also a board member at Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Claire Birunji Agaba, Program Development Manager with the Norwegian Refugee Council.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rachel Vanessa Mhwezi. I serve in the capacity of Assistant Commissioner, Microfinance Regulation and Supervision. We are the former Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority under the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We license, regulate, and supervise SACCOs, non-deposit taking microfinance institutions, and money lenders. And good to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Adrian Basima Bachiagaya. I am the head of business development at Vision Fund Uganda. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Veronica Nakacho, and I serve at the Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Laura Kunial. I work with the Norwegian Refugee Council. We help refugee register business and comply with the law. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Noel Abuma, Head of Marketing at KCB Bank.
Good morning, everyone. Gladys Nalukengelvoa is my name. I work with KCB Bank Uganda as the manager overseeing KCB Flame, the female-led and made enterprises. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Pio, Brand and Communications for KCB Bank.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Jafawatwal. Manager Brand Marketing at Pride Bank. Your growth is our pride.
Good morning, all. My name is Winnie Lawoko Olwe. I am the MD for Willio Trains, a BDS company, and I also a major shareholder at Reach Out Safaris and Travels in the tourism sector.
Good morning to all. My name is Batamliza Esther from Maranatha Financial Services.
Good morning. My name is Mabel Sally, Head of Accounts, Maranatha Financial Services.
Editon Babu. I work with Care International in Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gloria Ashaba Angel, and I work with CRB as the I work with New Grid CRB as the Regional Operations Manager.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natalie Sharonde. I'm the Company Secretary at I&M Bank Uganda Limited.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Petronella Kezia. I work with Finfort Limited as the Metro Branch Manager.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Patience Olive Mbabazi is my name, and I am the Head of Marketing and Transformation at Finfort Limited.
Good morning. My name is Merech Natkunda Mahame. Work with Care International, Senior Financial Inclusion Advisor.
A very good morning. My name is Consolanta Hereza, MD Nzori Trust and board member at Amphio.
Hello everyone, my name is Rachel Kentenyinji. I work with UNCDF, that's the UN Capital Development Fund.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Alupo. I work with UNCDF as a gender analyst. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Seguja from Stanbic Bank. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bisanga Marvin, DFCU Bank.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dorina Tereka Bachelor, Head Women in Business at DFCU Bank.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Helena Mayanja, Head of Corporate Affairs and Sustainability, DFCU Bank.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Agnes Acheng, Manager, Circle, Stanbic Bank.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Florence Mutonera. I'm the Head of Product Development, Marketing, and Research at UGAFOD. We listen and also care for our customers, so you are welcome as potential customers to UGAFOD.
Good morning, everyone. Bridget Nakandi is my name, Manager Customer Service, UGAFOD Microfinance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Princess Otumanye from ABI Finance as an investment manager.
Good morning, everyone. I am Nakazelidia Chisache from Inter-Africa Corporate, and I am the projects coordinator.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Godwin Chidambeka Raymond. I'm the portfolio manager under the High Innovator program implemented by Outbox. Nice to meet you.
Good morning. My name is Bobo Gwang. I work with the High Innovator program as the manager.
Good morning. Francis Oswa, focal person, Grow Project at Finance Trust Bank.
Good morning. Prosina Mubiru, Grow Project, Manager Youth, Women and Refugees, Centenary Bank.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mukasa John, Community Fund, ED.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anna Namsoke Serada. I head Service Excellence at Bank of Africa and also Sustainability Coordinator.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wilson Mutebe, my name is from Uganda Kingdom and the Financial Services.
Good morning to you all. Senoga from Gracia Marshall Trust.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raymond Eduardo Cheng. I manage youth and women products at Pride, and I'm the focal person for Grow Project at Pride Bank.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Collins Amanyire, the acting CEO, Opportunity Bank, Uganda Limited.
Morning, Joanita Bay is my name. I'm head of legal at DTB.
Good morning, I'm Galenda Amina, head of finance and administration at Tropical Bank.
Good morning, my name is Regan Sempija, communications and PR at PSFU.
Good morning, my name is Maureen Muthike, head of innovation at Balloon Ventures.
I would be in trouble if Paul didn't introduce himself.
Good morning, everyone. Paul Nwagaba, I'm the Access to Finance Specialist for the GROW project at Private Sector Foundation.
Good morning, all. Deputy
Good morning. Grace Komgisha is my name. Human Resource Manager, Umoja Microfinance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Richard Imbramko is my name, Head of Social Performance and Sustainability at ASA Microfinance Uganda Limited. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edwig Nasaka, Assistant Associate from Shona Capital, a fund manager supporting SMEs in East Africa and Southern Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Najuko Caroline, a credit officer at Advanced Smart Microfinance.
Morning. My name is Freddy Chibuka. I work with CBSFM.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Rix Kaizi. I work with New Vision newspaper.
Good morning. Ismail Nsuoga is my name. Working with Vuked. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Lukiza. I work with the New Vision.
Good morning, my name is Mary Namkose, UBC TV.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nelson Natrinda from NMG. Somebody asks, what is NMG? Nation Media Group, that's NTV, Daily Monitor, and the East Africa. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Celia Simire, and I'm a Public Relations Executive at Brainchild Busson.
Good morning. My name is Najuma Priscilla from Brainchild Busson. I do PR for KCB Bank.
Good morning, Kathy Adengo. I head sustainability at Stanbic Bank.
Good morning, everyone. I'm by names of Babas Joan from Glory Circle, manager.
Good morning, everyone. I am Diana Naturinda, communication specialist for the GROW project.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're now ready to start our agenda, and we'll start with the anthems. Thank you very much. I would like to have a prayer to bless the occasion.
Thank you so much. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Heavenly Father, we bless your name this morning. We give you glory and honor for who you are. We thank you for bringing us together in this room and for a good cause. We pray, King of Glory, that as we settle down to deliberate on issues of women empowerment, that you'll give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that whatever we resolve in this place will bring development in our country and glory to your name. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You can take your seats. Would like to thank you very much for honoring our invitation to come and attend the launch of the Women Entrepreneurs Financing Code launch here today. And we do acknowledge the support that we have received from the steering committee, the champions, and all the different actors in the financing ecosystem. We're here today to launch the Women Entrepreneurs Financing Code in Uganda and secure and publish commitment by financial service providers as signatories to the code, witnessed by regulators, policymakers, development banks, which are several in the room, and we are very grateful, and other financial ecosystem actors to expand access to finance for women-led micro, small, and medium enterprises, and also gain consensus and actions for the next steps in the implementing the code in Uganda. Of course, as come from the Ministry of Gender, we are very pleased for the journey that at this point in time, Uganda can join other countries across the world that have endorsed the code. We will right away start with the opening remarks, and this will be led by Francisca Ayodeji Akala, famously called as Ayo, the country manager of the World Bank. It's a great pleasure for us to have you here, and we do welcome you to make your remarks.
And good morning to everyone. I hope I can be heard. Very good. It's my pleasure to be here, but I want to start with the protocols. I understand that we're still waiting for the Minister of State for Gender, Culture and Labor Affairs, Honorable Peace Mutuzo Regis. Do I actually need this? I still need this too. She's representing the Honorable Betty Amongi, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. We also have the Executive Director of Finance, Bank of Uganda, Richard Byarugaba. He's representing the Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda. We have Ms. Sarah Kajingo, Vice Chair of the Board of Directors for the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. We have Mr. Stephen Asimwe, Chief Executive Officer of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. We have Alex Asimwe, Commissioner of Labor, Industrial Relations and Productivity, representing his Permanent Secretary. Distinguished representatives from the Ministry of Finance, the Uganda Bankers Association, Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda, AMFU, and our partner financial institutions, esteemed colleagues from development organizations and the private sector, leaders of Women Entrepreneurs Association, members of the National Steering Committee and National Coalition of the country, ladies and gentlemen, and I add all other protocols observed. I wish you good morning again, and it gives me great pleasure to join you this morning for the launch of the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code in Uganda. This event marks a major step forward in our collective efforts to expand finance for women-led enterprises, to strengthen financial ecosystems, and accelerate inclusive growth in the country. Around the world, governments, regulators, and financial institutions increasingly recognize that women's economic empowerment is not just a side issue. It's central to development, prosperity, and sustainability. When women thrive in business, economies grow faster, families are healthier, and communities become much more resilient. Yet globally, women entrepreneurs continue to face limited access to affordable credit and tailored financial services. According to the International Finance Corporation, IFC, women-owned small and medium enterprises still face a financing gap estimated to be over $1.7 trillion worldwide. That's not a small amount at all. The Women Entrepreneur Finance Code, or WE Finance Code, or WE-FI Code, launched at the 2023 World Bank and IMF meetings in Marrakesh, Morocco, was designed to address women's access to finance. It's a global, data-driven initiative that brings together financial service providers, regulators, policymakers, and development partners under one shared framework to collect, analyze, and act on sex disaggregated data to truly understand how women are being served and where the gaps remain. To date, more than 350 financial institutions in over 30 countries have joined this code, from Kenya and Rwanda to Nigeria, Senegal, and Morocco. Each of the countries committing to take measurable steps towards expanding finance for women-led businesses. Uganda's launch today adds a new, strong voice to this global coalition for change. Uganda has every reason to lead in this space. Women are at the heart of the country's entrepreneurial energy, owning and leading more than half of Uganda's more than 2.5 million enterprises. This is among the highest rates in Africa. So it's a great thing that Uganda is joining this code today. However, only about 1 in 4 of these businesses currently has access to formal credit. Many women entrepreneurs rely on either personal savings, informal borrowing, or short-term high-interest loans. The average loan size for women-led MSMEs in Uganda ranges from $280 to $2,800, often at interest rates as high as 22%, which is really too high. These numbers tell a powerful story, not of weakness, but of untapped potential. If Uganda could close this gender finance gap, the financial sector in the country could generate an additional almost $300 million in revenue, 90% of which would come directly from women-led enterprises. The opportunity is quite clear. Through the country's National Financial Inclusion Strategy for 2023 to 2028, the government of Uganda has already laid a strong policy foundation for inclusive finance. The WE Finance Code now builds upon this strategy by creating a structured, transparent mechanism for collaboration, where financial institutions, regulators, and policymakers can align their data systems, targets, and accountability measures to ensure that women-led MSMEs can thrive. And that's why it's very important that all of you are here today. This is not only about financial inclusion. It's about transforming Uganda's growth story into one where women and men have equal opportunity to contribute to the benefit to and benefit from the economy. The World Bank's engagement in Uganda reflects our deep commitment to this vision. Across our portfolio, gender is one of the core pillars of our development strategy. Please allow me to thank Arigidas Foundation for funding phase 1 of the activities, readiness, and setup of the Wi-Fi code here. Through the GROW project, Generating Growth Opportunities for Women Enterprises, which is bank financed, we are working with the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development and the Private Sector Foundation Uganda and other partners to enhance the productivity, profitability, and market access of women entrepreneurs. The GROW project supports women-led enterprises through business development services, access to affordable financing, strengthened policy advocacy, and capacity building for both entrepreneurs and financial institutions. The project will now provide support in phase 2 to institutionalize the We Finance Code, working closely with the Bank of Uganda, Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda, AMFU, Uganda Bankers Association, UBA, and Consumer Centrics. This will include developing a national women-led MSME data dashboard, establishing a unified national definition and indicators for women-owned businesses so that we can monitor progress, building coalitions and working groups on data and consumer value propositions, and providing capacity building for financial institutions on gender-intelligent product design. This is the foundation for systemic change. Let me also take this opportunity to commend the leadership of the Bank of Uganda, under whose guidance this initiative is being anchored. The Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development for its unwavering policy leadership, the PSFU for mobilizing the private sector and partners. I also want to recognize the valuable contribution of the financial institutions that are represented here today. Thank you very much. I understand you will all be signing the code later on. Your commitment demonstrates that you are not only financiers, you are champions of women's empowerment and inclusive growth. To our partners at AMFU and UBA, your role in aligning microfinance institutions and commercial banks with this national framework is very vital. Ladies and gentlemen, today's launch is the beginning of a new journey. The We Finance Code is a collective promise to use evidence and partnerships to remove systemic barriers that limit women's participation in the economy. Our collective task is to ensure that every woman entrepreneur, whether in Kampala, Gulu, or Kabale, can access finance that is affordable, flexible, and designed for her needs. We must ensure that data drives these decisions, that institutions are accountable for their commitments, and that progress is tracked and celebrated. The World Bank stands ready to continue working alongside the government of Uganda, the Bank of Uganda, PSFU, and our partners to ensure that the We Finance Code delivers real impact. Let us remember that when a woman entrepreneur succeeds, her community prospers, and when the community prospers, the nation rises. And I'm sure this is all what we want for Uganda. Let us therefore use today's launch as a platform for bold leadership, deeper partnerships, and sustained action. Together we can make Uganda a regional model for gender-intelligent finance, one where women not only participate in the economy, but shape its future. I thank you and congratulations to all who have made this important milestone possible today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ayo. Among all, there's so many things you've said. I would like to thank you specifically for committing that the World Bank, through GROW, will support the next phase of the Wi-Fi program. Thank you very much. I would like to recognize Chief Executive Officers of financial service providers here with us, most of whom have committed to signing the Wi-Fi code. And of course, those who haven't, we hope in the course of the day, you can make the leap. We have enough packs for you, and probably that will be one of the measures of the success of this event. But we have here with us Mr. Fabian Kasi, CEO of Centenary Bank. We have Masha Warusimbi, Chief People Officer, DFCU Bank, representing the CEO. We have Nakato Jenny Rachel, Chief Technical Officer, Pearl Bank, representing the CEO. Catherine Porani, CEO, Stanbic Incubator, representing CEO, Stanbic. Andrew Agawa, Chief Business Officer, Finance Trust Bank, representing the CEO. Veronica Namagembe, MD, Pride Bank. Shafi Nambobi, MD, Yugaford Microfinance. Brian Amanyire, Acting CEO, Opportunity Bank. James Onyuta, MD Finca. Sarah Rapta, MD Citibank Uganda. Sylvia Jagwe, Acting MD Kyle Bank. I would like now to take the honor to invite Mr. Stephen Asimwe, the Chief Executive Officer of Private Sector Foundation Uganda, to give his remarks. Mr. Asimwe, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, John. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to stand on the protocols that have been established, but just for emphasis, the representative of the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the country manager, Dr. Kala, thank you for your remarks. Representative of the Minister of PS of Gender, my Vice Chair, Madam Sarah Kajingo for PSFU, the representative of the Governor, Bank of Uganda, Mr. Byaragawa, the banks and their leadership that are here, government officials, the private sector, all protocols observed. It's a pleasure to have you in this room. The PSFU, which is an implementing partner of the GROW project, I apologize, I forgot to recognize the TTL, my sister Serena. Hi. We at PSFU are joint partners of this initiative, but allow me to underscore the role of finance, and especially the role of finance in the broader constituency of women. And the reason why we're in this room is that since the establishment of the GROW project, we've seen a massive leap in transformation, especially in the women economy. And we've had our evidence-based approach in looking at some of these interventions in the women empowerment in this context. In just the few months that we have engaged, we have seen a critical mass of women who have accessed this intervention, and we've seen quite a significant impact positively in the economies of especially the homesteads where this has taken place. Now, contextually, it is important to note that we need certain instruments that will champion the veracity of how these resources and interventions are going to help our people. And it's against this background that we'd like to applaud the We Finance Code that is going to be launched today. And for us at PSFU, we operate on one fundamental mandate, that is to create an enabling environment for businesses, entrepreneurs, the private sector, and the economy to grow. That underscores our fundamental existence. And therefore, it's against that background that we are here to support this We Code. And I would like to applaud all the partners that are here, especially the private sector, that this intervention, this instrument, this enabling infrastructure is going to help the larger context of which our economy is going to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, the We Finance Code is a multi-sector effort that is here to support and increase financing to women-led micro, small, and medium enterprises. And this code essentially aims to engage countries and financial service providers to significantly accelerate financing for hundreds of thousands of women-led businesses around the world. And I would like to thank Madam Makala for the remarks that you made, especially at the end, about the impact, the depth, the width, and the height of what this is going to do for our women. Now, this code, ladies and gentlemen, is here to support, especially us in the leadership, to create a prompt action inside and outside of our organization. So it's a multi-sectoral approach. It is intended, among other things, to improve collection, analysis, especially the use of supply-side data, and this is going to improve the quality of funding to women enterprises. We hope and believe that it's going to mainstream standards and policies and regulations to improve disadvantaged or disaggregated data, and will address financing constraints. I think many speakers, especially the ones who are more technical, talk about this. But also very importantly, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to help to mobilize capital for financing and technical support for these women enterprises. I'll skip some of the areas that have been mentioned by Dr. Kala, but allow me to just emphasize the fact that the overview for the launch of this event is largely in securing and publishing commitment by financial service providers who have already been highlighted here. We are also here with regulators, we are here with policymakers, we are here with development banks, but more importantly, we are here in a broader discussion with financial ecosystem actors to expand access in the context of financing these women enterprises. It's also very important to highlight that we are going to gain consensus and also pave the way forward for the actions and steps in implementing the code. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to pledge our support as Private Sector Foundation Uganda, the PSFU, on supporting you on evidence-based research, on support, on helping our membership, which is comprised of over 340 business associations, many of whom are women or women-led businesses. We have a strong audience in literally all the sectors: manufacturing, agriculture, in ICT, in transport and logistics, professional services, financial services that are here. But more importantly, to pledge our support in galvanizing government, parliament, the judiciary, in ensuring that we create that harmony that is necessary. I would like to also pledge our support and to thank our team led by Ruth, for the efforts they have put in place, and a lot of other things will be said here. But let me also stress the need for strong public and private collaboration to foster innovation-friendly regulations. And again, I salute Dr. Kala for the statistics that you gave us and already the impact stories that are coming. As I close, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to encourage our partners, especially the financial institutions, to create that inclusive leadership, data transparency, to target actions towards especially the national goals, and to say that PSFU is a proud partner in being one of the first signatories of the code from our members, from our staff, designed by our team, and we applaud you most sincerely. The final closing remarks is that PSFU is committed to supporting you, and my vice chair will be making some remarks in the context of the broader private sector leadership in ensuring that this we code, this we finance, this thing called we is going to succeed. I thank you. I say all of this for God and my country.
Mr. Simwe, thank you very much for the remarks. I just note that Consumer Centrics has done a great job leading the steering committee work. And whereas two of the colleagues introduced themselves, I would like to ask my brother Ernest to also introduce himself.
A very good morning. My name is Ernest Wasake, and I'm the Regional Representative Africa for Consumer Centrics. We are proud to be the technical advisor for the implementation of the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code in Uganda, and I thank the national champions that have worked with us. Seeing you all here is an excellent effort. It demonstrates the commitment of public sector and private sector players to this initiative. Please give yourselves a round of applause for 110% commitment to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ernest. Indeed, we are very...
Group, Kampala office. My namesake, Stephen Asimwe, CEO, Private Sector Foundation. My good friend, Richard, the governor, the director, Bank of Uganda, representing the deputy governor, heads of financial institutions here, Serena, the task team leader, Grow, and then there are two important people that we have to recognize, John and Ruth. These are the people driving Grow. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here representing the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Eddie Kechibenge. Is currently engaging on equally important assignment, so he has asked me to step in and read his remarks. So my work is just simple. So I welcome you all to the launch of the Women Entrepreneurs Finance WE-FI Code. This initiative is an integral component of our broader national development agenda that is deeply embedded in our commitment to gender equality and economic prosperity. The question of women entrepreneurs financing strategy or agenda is not new. It has been a global challenge, and it is still a global challenge. It has been discussed at numerous forums, both national and international. And there is a clear recognition that women entrepreneurs face persistent hurdles in accessing capital. So we are glad that during the Marrakesh meetings of 2023, the World Bank and partners provided us a practical solution where women entrepreneurs financing initiative was initiated, and subsequently the Wi-Fi code, which is now being implemented by 30 countries with more than 350 financial sector players signing this initiative globally. This has marked a crucial turning point, moving beyond a rhetoric to a structured, action-oriented framework designed to translate discussions into tangible, impactful change on the ground. So today, we witness the fruit of that global commitment. So a round of applause to the World Bank for this good initiative. I must say that the Wi-Fi code aligns perfectly with our national development agenda objectives. You may be aware that as a country, we have set target, we have a vision, 2040. The 2040 vision is looking at Uganda being a modern, prosperous country, and inclusive growth and sustainable economic growth, where women economic empowerment form part, is clearly embedded in our vision. The National Development Plan 4, you know that one of our key programs under that plan Okay, thank you for that guidance. The NDP4 clearly provides the role of the private sector development. And the private sector is one of the key programs of the National Development Plan 4. And the women economic empowerment and access to finance is clearly highlighted in that program. So Wi-Fi code is already in the agenda of our National Development Plan 4. Now, for some of you, you have heard that this country, we are looking at expanding our economy tenfold. We want to grow our economy 10 times, from 50 billion US dollars to 500 billion US dollars. The import of that is that you need every person in this country do his part in terms of business, in terms of work, in terms of investment. And the tenfold growth strategy has clearly provided us what we call impactful sectors, what we call ATMs. For those who may not know ATMs, we are talking about agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, and STI, science, technology, and innovation. And there is no way that we'll be able to expand the economy without ensuring that our women economic empowerment including the Wi-Fi, is not as clearly supported. So it is very good. It is a catalyst, and we hope that we'll be able to use this initiative for the good of our country. Now, the government of Uganda has implemented a number of interventions. For some of you, again, who've been following Uganda very closely, we have invested over 9 trillion in terms of access to finance in different interventions. 9 trillion. So for some of you who know Ntandukwa, that we have a program of $300 million annually, the PDM. The women are able to get 30% of that. 30% of $300 million goes to the parish level. We have GROW, a new kid on the block. We have Myoga. When you go to Microfinance Support Center, there are many interventions. Private sector foundations, invite and other interventions. So largely, this initiative of Wi-Fi code will help us to ensure that women entrepreneurs were able to be accelerated when it comes to access to finance. So the government of Uganda is committed to ensuring that Wi-Fi code is implemented. We will establish a robust monitoring and evaluation framework to track progress and measure impact, including identify areas of improvement. We will also work closely with financial institutions to ensure that they are adhering to the principles of the code and delivering tangible benefits to women entrepreneurs. I'm confident that by working together, we can make this vision a reality. I therefore call upon you and all stakeholders to embrace the Wi-Fi code and work together to achieve our shared goal. As I end, I would like to appreciate the steering committee and all the stakeholders who have contributed to the realization of this pivot initiative in Uganda. I thank you very much, and for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alex Asimwe, who has been here in his capacity as a Commissioner for Labor, Industrial Relations and Productivity, and a representative of the Permanent Secretary. Indeed, we are grateful that you have emphasized that GROW is, Wi-Fi code is part of the broad financing landscape as part of the National Development Plan for supporting women economic empowerment. I think part of the reason we have a very good turnout today is probably, and I think I'm confident about this, that the Uganda Bankers Association and the Association of Microfinance Institutions in Uganda have done an excellent job to mobilize your members. And I think based on that, I would like to invite Mr. Wilbred Owol, the Executive Director, Uganda Bankers Association, to greet your members.
Thank you very much. You asked me to greet. Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me to say a few words. Really, I thank you for the mobilization. I thank you for this effort. Let me in a special way speak to the member CEOs of the financial institutions here. We spoke about this at length on Friday. We had a CEOs meeting. This event, this activity, the finance code for women is very much aligned to our own ESG framework. It is aligned to our own Women Economic Empowerment Initiative as an industry, and above all, it is very much in line with our own response to government's ATM strategy. And therefore, we are very much aligned to this. We are committed to it, and it is evidenced by the membership here. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for supporting it. I think most importantly, the real work is after the commitment and demonstrating it. The financial sector, the banking sector is like lifeblood, isn't it, in the border system. And I think that's where we will be best measured. Mine was to greet you, thank all those, both finance and non-finance sector who are here. Let's get this going. Thank you very much.
I would also like to invite Mr. James Onyuta, President, Association of Microfinance Institutions Uganda, who is also the Managing Director, FINCA. You're welcome, Mr. Onyuta. He corrected me not to greet, but to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, all protocol observed. And thank you for allowing me to say a few words. I thought it was just a greeting. As mentioned, I'm James Onyuta. I'm the Managing Director of FINCA, but I'm also the President of the Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda. I had the privilege 2 years ago, at around the same time in 2023, in Marrakech, Morocco, to sign up as part of the World Savings Bank institution, a global institution of retail banks, at the same event where the World Bank was launching the Wi-Fi code. And I was just looking at those photos right now and seeing that 2 years later in Uganda, here we are launching the Wi-Fi code. So congratulations to every one of you. I was also 2 months ago in Manila, Philippines, joining a special group of women entrepreneurs world over, investors in multiple institutions, at what we call a 2X global event, which is a commitment of financial partners all over the world to expand access to capital for women entrepreneurs 2 times within the next 5 or 10 years. So I'm committed personally, but also it shows FINCA is a committed partner in the Wi-Fi code. Now, coming back to the Association of Microfinance Institutions, we are glad to partner with all of you here today to commit to furthering this initiative. Microfinance institutions work at the base of the pyramid, working with our day-to-day entrepreneurs, people who normally don't have access to formal financial services. And we've seen that if you play in microfinance, if you play in local communities, you are working with women. So involving Association of Microfinance Institutions in this initiative, for us is a bold step, and we are proud that through our partner institutions, who are well over hundreds into 200 members right now, we will further access to capital to women and continue to support the economic growth of Uganda through women entrepreneurs. Thank you very much for having us, and it's a pleasure being here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to take the pleasure to invite Mr. Richard Byarugaba, Executive Director of Finance, representing the Deputy Governor Bank of Uganda, to give his address. You're most welcome, sir.
Good morning. I hope you can see me. Some of us who are not very tall, we would want to speak from the platform, but I found the arrangement very different. And there are things which you see the screen, but sometimes you need to see the person. I am not the governor. I'm just representing my bosses, the governor and the deputy. So don't call me governor because I need to go back. And but I enjoy what they would have enjoyed here today. And I'm also not former MD of NSSF. I have to keep saying this. Yesterday we hosted the Katikiro of Uganda, and he was asking me, he was expecting the former MD that he joined Bank of Uganda, but we are different people and not related. But aside, I would stand on the protocol observed already. But let me recognize the country manager of the World Bank, Uganda, PSFU, represented by Asimwe and Sarah. The other Asimwe, I'm seated between two Asimwes, Alex. Most of the people I know are those who work in banks. So I can say a lot of CEOs, many of you are here. We are happy to see you. Baroda City, Pride, I saw also Opportunity seated behind Cairo is near here. So all of you are here. Centenary, they mentioned Fabian. Fabian was my classmate, while Owori was our guild president before Sarah Kajingo came in. Their staff of Bank of Uganda asked them to stand so that they will say what I have not said. I've seen them on the program, and they are here to support somebody said Wi-Fi, but others say Wi-Fi. So I don't know what it is, but they will tell us what it is. So all protocol observed, I'm here to represent the Deputy Governor, and I'll read his remarks. I have no liberty to skip anything. So if I go beyond the minutes allotted to me, please, you'll understand. So Richard Byarugaba is my name. I'm Head of Finance at the Central Bank. I bring you warm greetings from the Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda, Professor Augustus Nwagaba, who would have loved to deliver this key address at the launch of the WE Finance Code, Uganda. He is unable to join us today due to another official commitment. He has delegated me to represent him. The launch of the WE Finance Code makes a significant milestone in the Uganda's financial inclusion journey, as it aligns with the Uganda Vision 2040, the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, and Global Sustainable Development Goal number 5, which is gender equality. I would like to recognize the collaborative efforts of stakeholders, government agencies, financial institutions, development partners, and civil society in promoting gender equality in finance. Women constitute a significant share of Uganda's population and entrepreneurial base, yet face barriers such as lack of collateral, limited financial literacy, cultural constraints, among others. In sub-Saharan Africa, women are more likely to be entrepreneurs than men, and yet their businesses earn only 2/3 the profits of their male-owned counterparts, and this was in the World Bank study of 2019. This gender gap in earnings is caused not by differences in the inherent abilities of men and women, but rather by the gender-specific constraints that women face in starting, sustaining, and growing enterprises. Closing this gap will boost MSME growth, create jobs, and strengthen household resilience. Uganda has made significant progress in advancing gender and financial inclusion, notwithstanding the existing challenges. The National Financial Inclusion Strategy, NFIS1 of 2017-22, which laid the foundation for reducing financial exclusion, and the NFIS2 23-28, which introduced gender inclusion as a key strategic priority that aims at reducing access barriers, deepening usage of affordable financial products, promoting gender-inclusive finance, and strengthening consumer protection and financial literacy. Digital platforms are increasingly becoming key enablers for women and rural populations in Uganda, reducing physical and financial barriers to access to finance and financial services. Uganda's financial inclusion rate reached 81% in 2023, with a gender gap of only 2 percentage points, women at 79, one of the smallest in sub-Saharan Africa. There has been a deliberate government effort to address the gender gap to access finance through interventions such as the GROW project, the Agricultural Credit Facility, the Small Business Recovery Fund, and the Parish Development Model. The ministry talked of others like Myoga and Microfinance Support Center. Under the Agricultural Credit Facility, a public-private partnership between the government of Uganda and the financial institutions, women access accounts for 22% as at the end of September 2025. The introduction of the block allocation model under the ACF and the Small Business Recovery Fund is aimed at enabling the underserved groups, especially women with no collateral, to access affordable finance. These two facilities are managed in finance directorate, which I head at the Bank of Uganda. So under the block allocation, and I'm happy the banks are here, women and other small businesses can borrow without collateral, but this goes up to 20 million because of the risks. But we have seen a lot of uptake because many women do not need a lot of money. They need money for seeds and pesticides. And so this is why we are talking of 22 at a very low figure. And we are intentional at making sure that women have access to finance. These interventions empower women through enabling access to affordable finance, capacity building, and financial literacy. Despite progress, women in Uganda still face barriers to access to finance and financial services. The We Finance Code, therefore, is critical in tracking the achievements made so far, but also support evidence-based decision-making and targeted interventions towards promoting inclusive financing for women. The launch of the National Gender Financial Inclusion Dashboard, which will be a centralized digital platform that aggregates data on financial and gender inclusion, will be a game changer for financial inclusion in Uganda. Reliable data is important as it enables evidence-based policy interventions and targeted decision-making. The dashboard will provide gender disaggregated insights for policymakers, regulators, financial institutions, and the development partners to be able to create interventions or financial products that address the needs of the underserved groups. Using data-driven indicators will also help to track progress of financial interventions on access, quality, and usage of financial services to ensure accountability and continuous improvement. The Bank of Uganda is therefore proud to be one of the leading champions of the We Finance Code, Uganda, and is happy to take on the role of the national data aggregator. To achieve lasting progress in conclusive finance in Uganda, we need to have a coordinated and transparent approach that brings together regulators, financial institutions, and development partners under a shared vision. Fragmented efforts risk duplication, inefficiency, and limited impact on vulnerable groups such as women. A unified strategy ensures that every stakeholder contributes effectively to the national financial inclusion agenda. The success of this dashboard, therefore, is a collective responsibility by all the stakeholders in the financial inclusion ecosystem to ensure access to adequate data that would drive impactful decision making. To conclude, the We Finance Code is a call for all of us to be gender sensitive in making financial decisions. A centralized digital platform to monitor financial inclusion indicators will help us make targeted interventions aimed at addressing gender gaps, but also track impact of these interventions. We must therefore ensure there is collaboration if we are to achieve real inclusive financial development in Uganda. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard Byarugaba, Executive Director Finance, Bank of Uganda, representing the Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda. I would like to acknowledge that we have people online and we have a very good presence. We'd like to thank very much the people online. We do welcome their feedback in the course of the launch. Now we have been joined by Honorable Dr. Peace Mutuzo Regis, Minister of State for Gender and Culture Affairs. Honorable Minister, you are most welcome. Now, we would like to receive a message from the Wi-Fi Secretariat by Wenteliki, head of the Wi-Fi Secretariat. Let's have it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wendy Teleki, and I lead the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative, or WeFi, housed at the World Bank Group. It's such a pleasure to join you, although virtually, to celebrate this important milestone, the launch of the We Finance Code in Uganda. This is a truly special moment. Uganda is joining a growing global movement that is changing how financial systems work for women. The We Finance Code is already being implemented in 31 countries with over 400 financial institutions as signatories. The goal of the code is simple: to drive systemic change, embedding gender-smart finance into the core strategies and operations of banks, microfinance institutions, fintechs, and other financial actors. The code is built on 3 pillars: leadership, data, and action. Leadership needs each of you. Policymakers, regulators, and CEOs are championing women's access to finance. It's about using your influence to make sure women entrepreneurs are supported at every level of your financial institutions and the financial system. Data is how we make that leadership count. By collecting and making use of sex disaggregated data, we make women entrepreneurs visible in the numbers. In other countries, we've seen data become a catalyst for innovation, and Uganda's commitment will strengthen that evidence base. And action, the 3rd pillar, is where it all comes together. It's in the new financial products that you will design, the partnerships you will forge, and the international practices you will reform. Uganda's launch is especially meaningful because of the strong national coalition behind it. I want to acknowledge the Bank of Uganda, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Uganda Bankers Association, the Association of Microfinance Institutions in Uganda, the Private Sector Foundation in Uganda, the Graça Machel Trust, Stanbic Bank, and Centenary Bank. And we also warmly welcome the Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development to join as coalition members. This kind of partnership across regulators, governments, development partners, and the private sector is exactly what the We Finance Code was designed to catalyze. I also want to recognize the Argidius Foundation, whose early funding helped make this first phase possible, and the GROW project supported by the World Bank and implemented by the Ministry of Gender and the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, which is enabling the next phase of this important work. And to Consumer Centrics, our partner in implementation. Thank you for your leadership and commitment. Around the world, we are seeing what happens when institutions commit to the We Finance Code. New gender bonds are being issued. Lending products are redesigned with data and insights. Financial institutions are training their staff to serve women clients more effectively. And women-led SMEs are growing, creating jobs, and strengthening communities. Uganda's launch event today adds powerful momentum to this global effort. It also sends a clear signal to the region that when we invest in women entrepreneurs, we invest in inclusive growth, job creation, and resilience. To all the new signatories today, thank you for stepping up. By joining the We Finance Code, you're not only making a commitment, you're joining a community of champions working across continents towards a more inclusive financial system. Let us continue to drive this forward with leadership, with data, and with sustained action. Real change takes time, but together we are building the foundation for a financial system that truly works for everyone. Congratulations, Uganda. Thank you for your leadership, and I look forward to seeing the exciting progress you're about to make.
Thank you very much. We have heard from the WIFI Secretariat. Once again, I would like to recognize that here with us we have Ms. Miranda Bageine Musuke, Head of Retail Banking, KCB, Uganda. Mr. Sashda, MD, Bank of Baroda. Mr. Srikant Ashik Wike, CEO, Bank of India. I hope I made an effort to pronounce it right. Mr. Adrian Basima, Business Development and Integration Manager, Vision Fund, representing the CEO, and Ms. Mona Muguma Sebuliba, CEO, Abi Finance. So we are here today to commit to do more for women, for the financing ecosystem members that are here. And on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and the National Steering Committee, I would like to invite Honorable Peace Mutuzo Regis, Minister of State for Gender and Culture, to come and address the audience.
The World Bank Country Manager and your technical staff, the Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda, representative of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Executive Director, Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, our development partners, Executive Director of Finance Institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to welcome you today. I apologize for working a bit late. You know what we are going through now. But we have to be everywhere and make sure that our commitments are consistently fulfilled. Today, as we launch the Women Entrepreneurs Financial Wi-Fi code in Uganda. It's so delightful for me, specifically as a woman, as a Minister of Gender, as an advocate for women's empowerment, given that the foundation of our culture we stem from a background where women were not supposed to touch money. And therefore, even accessing resources that bring them money are still a taboo in some communities, including within some of the laws. But today we are breaking through. And that brings me with a lot of excitement. This day marks not just a culmination of our efforts, but the commencement of a transformative journey towards creating a more equitable financial system for women across our nation. Finally, we are here. Women's needs are not many, they are 5. And they apply to every woman, irrespective of your status. It is about security, and this Wi-Fi code brings security, peace and security for your money. It's about access to information and education, and the code brings information directly to your sitting room, to your bedroom, to your bathroom, wherever you are. It's about health, and once you have the money, you have access to all the health services. It's about autonomy, and once you have your money, you can take decisions about anything about yourself. And it's about access to income. Now we are touching the money, not necessarily the cash which will fear to float around, but the digital cash. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who has participated in the Wi-Fi code sensitization meeting held in August this year. Your engagement, insights, and commitment laid a critical foundation for today's launch. The feedback we received during those sessions has been invaluable in refining our approach and ensuring that we're here today. It has solved a number of problems and challenges that we met during the implementation of the Grow Fund first phase. Because everybody was asking, we are not accessing the money. Where is the money? Why is the money for only the rich? So we are now able to get into the data and establish whether this money is really being accessed by the rich. Why were people not getting, some people were not getting money? And whatever is measured can be transformed. So in August, we talked about why and what Wi-Fi code. Today, we shift our focus to how. We are no longer guessing. We are now very clear on how to tackle the problem. We've moved beyond just awareness to action, from theory to practice. We are now ready to translate our vision into tangible results, empowering women with the financial tools and resources they need to thrive. I know that several financial institutions have pledged their commitment to Wi-Fi code, hence adopting gender-sensitive practices and developing tailored financial products for women. The Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development has long championed programs to enhance the resiliency and productivity of women because we believe that access to finance is one of the most powerful tools for empowerment of women. It transforms livelihood, strengthens families, uplifts communities. However, we know the women entrepreneurship continue to face structural barriers, including limited access to affordable credit, collateral constraints, and gender bias in financial systems. As we implement GROW project, we are proud to implement in partnership with PSFU and with support from World Bank. We are already seeing the transformative impact of targeted financial interventions. Thousands of women-led enterprises are now accessing skills, infrastructure, capital to expand their businesses and to create more jobs. Through the GROW project, we have learned some critical lessons about women-owned enterprises. Indeed, as somebody put it before, women are so fast and quick to getting into entrepreneurship, because that's what brings them money quickly. For example, majority of the women-owned businesses are informal, and their products are not certified by UNBLS. We also note that majority who have failed to access GROW loan lacked collateral, even when we negotiated to the lowest terms with the banks, like just accepting a sale agreement. But who is going to give you that sale agreement? Even when your name is part of the sale agreement, it is difficult for the man to accept that you offer that sale agreement without fear that the money or the sale agreement will lead towards taking away their land. This reinforces the need for innovative solutions to address the collateral issue, and on the side of government, through GROW project, we will support them to formalize their businesses. I think this Wi-Fi code is going to help us also to learn, because one of the major challenges we had as women holistically was taking data or information, quantifying in terms of numbers, anything that women have done, including their levels of education. When they are educated, where are they placed? What are they doing right now? So this is going to be a starting point for us to generate data, and we're going to run from the Wi-Fi code. To achieve all this, however, we need gender segregated data. I'm happy that today, the Bank of Uganda is launching the National Gender Data and Finance Inclusion Dashboard, a critical tool that will allow us to monitor the impact of our initiatives and ensure accountability. I wish to emphasize the importance of mainstreaming gender data across all financial sector programs. We must know how many women are accessing finance, at what cost, and for what purpose. We also need to know, for those who have applied and failed to access finance, what was the cause of the failure? Because whatever gets measured can be adjusted to meet the interest. Today is a day of commitment, and I would like to commit that the government of Uganda, through my ministry, will ensure effective implementation of the Wi-Fi code, working closely with all stakeholders to overcome challenges and achieve our goal. We shall continue to put in place policies and programs that support women economic empowerment, both within and beyond financial sector. We shall also monitor progress and hold institutions accountable, ensuring that commitments are translated into concrete actions and measurable results. We celebrate success stories and share best practices to inspire women and to recruit more to join the movement and create a culture of innovation and collaboration. I'd also like to call upon financial institutions and ask every financial institution to make women's access to finance not a side initiative, but a core strategic priority. Because you all know that Uganda's population is dominated by women. If we account to 52% of the total population, then I think strategizing to access women resources is not just helping them, it is relieving the country out of poverty. Innovative and invest in financial products and services that meet the diverse needs of women entrepreneurs, offering not just credit, but also financial literacy training and business development support. We need to address collateral issues by embracing alternative forms of security and mainstreaming valuation processes. Government agencies, let us continue to create an enabling environment for women-owned businesses to thrive, removing barriers to entry, streamlining regulations, and providing access to markets and technology. I was with FIDA Uganda yesterday, and all women groups that started the movement for women emancipation. And we agreed that in addition to mainstreaming gender, we now have to develop a checklist, a tool that measures progress, what every sector must put in to ensure that women's issues, specific interests are met. As the nation leads the Ministry for Gender Equity, we stand ready to work with all partners to integrate gender inclusion matrix into financial sector reporting, regulation, and product design. I must also emphasize that we need to train women on how to access this Wi-Fi code. I'm happy Dr. Ruth is here. She's been very instrumental on TikTok. And I would want to encourage many more women who have something to add. This TikTok, this technology is one thing that we must embrace. It is a private sector issue, and women like being private. So get into your room, design what you say, and speak it out with confidence, and share it out to as many as possible. Within a few days, everybody will be on this line and would want to apply for this resource. Women entrepreneurs, to seize the opportunity created by the Wi-Fi code, access financial resources, build your skills, and grow your businesses with confidence. We need to have the many routes to train women in business. One thing that we're sure, they are fast learners. They are interested. They were only structured, buried out of accessing resources. But we can liberate them. Together, I am sure we can. We need to take advantage of programs aimed at formalization of the businesses, exploring alternative financing, but also encourage them to pay taxes, encourage them to be registered. I think that is one reason people want to do private things quietly, avoid the taxes. But whatever we buy, we pay taxes for it anyway. So why don't you pay a tax, get registered, be formalized, be official, be corporate in your own house? We need to work together to share a vision and an unwavering commitment to create a Uganda where every woman has the opportunity to realize her full potential. I therefore welcome you all to this launch and look forward to fulfilled commitment that will transform the business landscape and spur economic growth in Uganda, and I wish to officially open this event. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Would like to have a group photo with the champions, with the signatories of the Wi-Fi code, the bank, the world. So we could have the group photo right over here. We would like to, after the photograph, I would also like to invite the signatories to receive their certificate on the list. Starting with the Stanbic Bank. Stanbic Bank, please, welcome. Followed by, please stay, Honorable, kindly. Stanbic to receive their certificate. Stanbic Bank, thank you for the commitment. Pride Bank, DFCU, Centenary Bank, DFCU, DFCU, Centenary Bank, Finance Trust, Vision Fund, DFCU. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the commitment. Centenary Bank. Very much. Vision Fund. Finance Trust Bank. Thank you very much for the commitment. KCB Bank. Thank you very much. KCB. Ford, please come as well. The World Bank. Ford, please. The MD is coming. Next will be Uganda Bankers Association. Thank you, Ford. Will be followed by Uganda Association of Microfinance of Uganda. Uganda Bankers Association, welcome. Association of Microfinance. Thank you very much. Thank you, Amifu. Nsuti Financial Consumer Advisory Center. Thank you. Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. Chair. Congratulations, thank you very much. And last but not least, of course, the World Bank. I have good news that Opportunity Bank has signed and delivered the commitment. We invite you to shake hands with the minister. Thank you very much. We say this would be one of the measures of success of this launch, and indeed, to get more people to sign and commit. Thank you very much. So we would like now to have the official signing. We can invite Pride Bank, the symbolic signing of the Wi-Fi code pledge, Pride Bank, KCB, DFCU, Centenary Bank, Stanbic, and Finance Trust first. Pride Bank, KCB, DFCU, Centenary, Stanbic, and Finance Trust. So they are signing the Wi-Fi code pledge, symbolic signing of the Wi-Fi code pledge, a commitment to do more for women entrepreneurs. Again, the first set is Pride Bank, KCB, DFCU, Centenary, Stanbic, and Finance Trust Bank. This is very symbolic. This is testament to the commitment that we have to doing more for women entrepreneurs. Which one's in there? Finance Trust. Okay, so Opportunity Bank, please. Opportunity Bank, please come. Anne, please join us kindly. Yeah, thank you very much. And of course, one of the things, so we would like to now invite Opportunity Bank, Vision Fund, Uganda Bankers Association, Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda, Institute Financial Consumer Advisory Center, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and the World Bank to also sign the commitment. And Bank of Uganda. One of the things I've learned in the recent past is that we need to have impact and scale. So we'll invite you 1 year down the road to measure impact and scale in our effort to finance, to provide, improve access to finance for women entrepreneurs. Thank you. So we have Vision Fund, Uganda Bankers Association, Association of Microfinance Institutions Uganda, Institute Financial Consumer Advisory Center, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, the Bank of Uganda, and the World Bank. UBA, Amifu. I'm few. So Wilbrod, you're most welcome, and thank you for the commitment and for mobilizing your members to come in large numbers. I'm few, please. You're most welcome. Thank you for all the effort to make sure that this is a success. It is through your leadership that we're able to access and mobilize your members. So I would like to thank you very much for this. Okay, let's have a short break to take tea. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for signing that commitment. The launchpad for the Wi-Fi Finance Court. Today, the 19th of November, 2025. 2, 3. Thank you. So after this, we're going to have a photo shoot just outside on the left. Photo with the minister for the signature. The Bank of Uganda, the PS Ministry of Gender, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, the Uganda Bankers Association, and Association of Microfinance Institutions Uganda, and all our signatories. Let's go have another photo for the record outside with the minister, please. Photo, please, for the signatories of Uganda, World Bank, Ministry of Gender, PSFU, Consumer Centrics. Please join us. Ministry of Finance, please join us. Ministry of Finance. We're doing all this on your behalf. Ministry of Finance.
Oh, okay.
So thank you very much. Would like to resume. I'd like now to have a congratulatory message from Financial Alliance for Women by Inez Mari, Chief Executive Officer, Financial Alliance for Women. Let's have it, please. A congratulatory message from Financial Alliance for Women by Inez Mari, Chief Executive Officer, Financial Alliance for Women. Odira, help me get everyone back into the room. Get everyone back into the room.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it is my great honour to be invited today to make brief remarks to mark the launch of the We Finance Code in Uganda. My organisation, the Financial Alliance for Women, is proud to be supporting the We Finance Code in 30 countries. For those of you who aren't familiar with us,
Ladies and gentlemen, would like to resume. Kindly take your seats so that we can resume. Time is of the essence. Again, we have the good news that more people, more financial institutions want to pledge, want to commit, and this is the ultimate outcome that we desired. So thank you very much. Reach out to Paul Nwagaba, Ernest Wasake, Wendy, Joanne, and they can give you the documents so that you can sign. And of course, for the photo moment, we welcome you to the signing table. We could not have had a more desirable outcome than this. So thank you very much for those additional financial institutions that are willing to commit to the We Finance Code. So thank you very much. So let's take our seats. We are ready to resume. So the financial institutions, additional financial institutions, whereas we are pressed with time, we will allow you to sit and we will take a break for you to sign so that we can have that for the record. And so Paul, Joanne, and Ernest are waiting for you at the signing table. In the meantime, I think we can have the message from Women Financial Alliance. Financial Alliance for Women. Let's have it, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it is my great honor to be invited today to make brief remarks to mark the launch of the We Finance Code in Uganda. My organization, the Financial Alliance for Women, is proud to be supporting the We Finance Code in 30 countries. For those of you who aren't familiar with us, the Financial Alliance for Women, as its name suggests, is an alliance of financial services providers, all of whom have strategies targeting the women's market, the world's fastest growing economy. It was set up by banks that wanted to share the challenges, opportunities, and lessons learned as they were introducing and scaling their strategies to support women customers. That mentality of openness and sharing has helped dozens of commercial banks globally to start and maintain successful, profitable women's markets programs. We now have 100 members, including our long-standing members in Uganda, Centenary Bank and Stanbic Bank, and our newest member from Uganda, the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. The Alliance's bread and butter is to build up the institutional capacity to design and deliver large-scale programs that support women customers with the comprehensive value proposition they need to succeed: access to finance, timely and relevant information, business and financial education, networks and recognition, because all women need more role models. We do this through peer-to-peer training, mentoring and knowledge creation in the form of tools and case studies. All of this is member to member, so it is based on practical experience. The code itself is modelled on the United Kingdom's Investing in Women Code, which was led by an alliance member in the UK, NatWest Group, and indeed in many countries that have introduced the code, our members are the first to sign up. That is because they are already serving the women's market and have a strong business case. In 2024, we were asked by the WeFinance Secretariat at the World Bank to support a global peer learning agenda across code implementing countries. And one of those initiatives is the WeFinance Code Community of Champions, as Wendy has mentioned. We currently have 250 people part of this community, all code champions, from central banks and other data aggregators, FSP code signatories, multilateral development banks, essentially national coalition members and signatories from all code countries. We meet 5 times a year, 4 times online in quarterly webinars, and once in person at a study tour to discuss and share the progress being made across countries, what we are learning, what are the challenges and solutions, and to share the newest tools and case studies developed for code implementers. These tools can be located on the wefi.org website. All code champions are welcome to participate in this community of champions, and you can find the registration on our website, www.financialallianceforwomen.org. This year's study tour was in Kigali at our annual summit, our annual gathering of Alliance members, which started with a national ceremony to launch the WeFinance Code Rwanda. It was there that we met the Ugandan delegation, including Bank of Uganda and PSFU. And to think that just 5 months later, we are here today launching the WeFinance Code Uganda. We congratulate the many players involved, including the World Bank through the GROW project, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, Bank of Uganda, and the team from Consumer Centrics. You have acted with remarkable speed and purpose. Already strong foundations have been laid in data collection and reporting, and many financial services providers have been supporting women entrepreneurs for many years. It is also true to say that in Uganda, like in every country, there is still a considerable gap in access to finance for women entrepreneurs. While acknowledging the great work that has been done so far, the WeFinance Code offers Uganda the opportunity to focus the efforts, engage in productive dialogue across signatories, identify bottlenecks, provide the policy and investment solutions, and drive the commercial sector to provide the solutions. The benefits to those that do are manifest in a fantastic business case. Our 100 members around the world report data on their performance with women customers on EASAs. This demonstrates that women are great savers and an excellent source of finance for the banks, are great borrowers, paying back their loans at greater rates than men in all loan categories, and as the chief purchasing officer of their homes, if treated well by the bank, end up with greater average products per customer than men and have higher net promoter scores. The business case is clear. We also know very well how to do this on a commercially viable basis. We do need the ecosystem support, the policy enablers, and more investment to make this happen. We also need more senior leaders of the financial services sector to take this market seriously. We need awareness raising, honest conversations, appropriate carrots and sticks. Importantly, we need the spaces to share what we know how to do already so that we build from there and no longer rely on excuses. Today at this launch, let us take this challenge on with ambition, clarity, and urgency. Let us give Ugandan women the respect, the financing, and the business support services that they deserve. Thank you for your kind attention and congratulations on the launch today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Inez Mari, Chief Executive Officer, Financial Alliance for Women. Would now like to invite the financial institutions to the signing table, and that's Diamond Trust Bank, Equity Bank, and Finca Uganda. Please welcome to sign the commitment, and thank you very much. We open and we can stay a little longer just for this purpose. Thank you so much. So that's Equity Bank. We're waiting for Diamond Trust and Finca Uganda. Permanent Secretary, you need to witness this occasion, sir. And the Bank of Uganda. And Minister of Finance in the room, by the way. Minister of Finance, kindly. Mr. Ogapos, you're most welcome. Consumer Centrics, please.
Ugaford also. So
Ugaford, kindly. Ugaford. Ugaford, please. Sinapi, please take the pictures. Please capture. But thank you very much. Okay, so our next session will be the We Finance Code International Experience to date by Anna Kinsherman, partner at the Consumer Centrics, who have done a lot of background work to get us where we are. Anna, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, John. And if I can have the rowing mic. Great. And if I can have my presentation up as well. If we can have a presentation up. Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here celebrating this very important milestone with all of you. Congratulations to the champions, to the signatories, to the steering committee members of the code. What an achievement in such short period of time. Consumer Centrics is honored to be a technical implementing partner of the code here in Uganda, as well as in 15 other countries. So I thought my job today would be to persuade those undecided voters, the institutions who have not really made their mind about joining the code, and we just had 4 more institutions becoming the part of the coalition. So it feels like my job is done, but you know, there are still few banks and maybe microfinance institutions who would learn to know more about the code experience to date and what are the benefits of joining the code and what has already been done here in Uganda. So, as you heard, as you heard about the code already from a number of speakers, it's an important multi-stakeholder initiative aligning private and public sector players to coordinate actions and policies around advancing finance to women entrepreneurs. And I was sharing at my table earlier today, and I'm privileged to sit at the table with our BOU colleagues, how impressive it is to see all the banners from the financial institutions around the room, and it really feels like a fully financial sector event and celebration. So great to be here. But again, the code is about public-private sector collaboration. It's not an initiative that comes with a new agenda. It really builds on what's already being done in the country, such as the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, lots of policies that are advanced by the Ministry of Finance, by the Ministry of Gender, and as we've spoken a number of times, it has data at the heart of it. And I'm so excited about the next session that will be presented by my colleagues from the Bank of Uganda, launching the National Financial Inclusion, Women's Financial Inclusion Dashboard. So that's another important milestone, and there will be, I'm personally extraordinarily excited about that session, but so will you when you see what they will have to present. Again, data at the heart of all of the efforts here to advance data-driven, evidence-based decisions and policies going forward. The code has been inspired by the experience in the United Kingdom, which launched their code about 7 years ago. So again, access to finance for women entrepreneurs, it's not a challenge for businesses or women businesses in emerging economies. It's really a global challenge. So we've been inspired by the experience of the UK code that was launched in 2018 with about 12 signatories. And again, it's UK Treasury, UK Bankers Association or UK Finance, and some of the largest banks in the country coming together and realizing that yes, we do have a problem. We do have a gap in financing for women entrepreneurs. We don't know what the extent of it is. They didn't have the data, and the efforts that have been going on so far have not been coordinated. So it started with 12 signatories. In 2024, it has 250 signatories. So in the UK, if you're not a signatory of the code, it means you're against women entrepreneurs. So it's kind of that negative publicity. So it, of course, became a very, very important association and community of like-minded financial institutions. And you could see real results and impact on the ecosystem of women entrepreneurs. My favorite kind of data point to highlight the impact of the code in the UK, that in 2019, there were about 50,000 women startups in the UK per year. In 2022, it was 152, so 152,000. So when women entrepreneurs realize that their access to finance has expanded, there's much more, you could see a lot more dynamic and impact on kind of the business, the new businesses emerging and other businesses kind of expanding. You see also results of more debt finance, more equity finance available, much more offers in non-financial services, as well as in provision of startup and expansion capital. So that has been kind of our inspiration, and that's where we see the results kind of over a period of time to date. Since then, and since, I guess, the launch in, I always have this problem with the clicker, sorry. Next slide, please. We have the code in the last 2 years have been expanded to 30 other countries. So Uganda is number 31, and with over 400 financial service providers joining. And again, as I said, Consumer Centrics is privileged to be part of the implementation in about 15 countries. So the code is, next slide, please. About 3 things. It's about I know, I should not be given this thing. Next slide, please. It's about 3 pillars. Leadership, a financial service provider appointing an executive, a colleague with decision-making power to drive action in their own institutions. It's about data, collecting and using sex disaggregated data as well as reporting it to the national aggregator. In the case of Uganda, it is going to be the Bank of Uganda, and of course real action on the ground in terms of expanding products, financial and non-financial, for women entrepreneurs. I want to highlight, when we talk about data, what we mean. It's really about tracking 5 important indicators: a number of business customers, outstanding loans, applications and approvals, very, very important, as well as NPLs, as well as deposit and depositors, segregated by gender. A lot of the time we get questions around this. Why the indicator number 3 is important? Why do we care to sex disaggregate the number of loan applications and understand how many of them approved, as well as the amount of applications? What we see worldwide, in lots of countries, kind of the initial hypothesis that the challenge for women really happens at the level of the credit committee or the level of credit decision. When an application by a woman's business goes to the credit committee, there's unfair treatment. Or there's there are issues that need to be fixed with algorithms, credit algorithms. What we saw first from the UK, that it was 92% of male business applications were approved versus 90% of women applications. We saw exactly the same trend in Rwanda, 82 versus 85. So there was no credit rationing, where the problem was, both in the UK and in Rwanda, your neighboring country, not enough women were applying. In Rwanda, it's less than 25% of all applications are by women. The same story in the UK. So it's kind of tracking this data. It really informs where the focus of the action needs to be. So data, very important. Next slide, please. So we've been building those national data platforms as part of the code. Now they're already present in 10 countries. So again, excited about the next session, which will be launching your own women's financial inclusion data platform. So we'll provide this presentation so you can, especially for the banks that have regional presence, to see how the state of women's financial inclusion, of WSME access to finance in other countries in Africa. So this information already exists. Kenya just launched their dashboard 2 weeks ago, so that was a very important milestone. Next slide, please. So this is what the code is about. What do you signatories get back? What are the benefits for joining the code? Of course, expanded access to sex disaggregator to inform the design of your financial, non-financial products. Ines mentioned a number of capacity building opportunities, so expanded access to peer learning, to skill building. PSFU just joined the Financial Alliance for Women that provides a number of courses. They will be bringing a number of trainings on how to design effective WSME propositions. Of course, there's a deep alignment and coordination between public and private sector initiatives to really build up the national WSME ecosystem, and that's obviously signified, but who is in the room today? So celebrating all of you, and of course, welcome to the global community of champions, global learning community that offers next slide, please, a number of capacity building, peer learning exchange, both for regulators, for the policymakers in the room, as well as for financial service providers, and has already built, next slide please, a number of the resources and tools, next slide please, that is on the VFI Global website, a number of tools and resources that can inform the design of your products, services, outreach strategies. So again, welcome to the global community. We look forward to working, actually moving toward action and supporting the VFI code implementation in the country. Thank you very much. And I hope those few, I've converted a few undecided institutions in the room. So hope to expand the community here. And of course, passing over the baton to the Bank of Uganda team to launch the new initiative and the new platform that would really kind of inform how we serve women entrepreneurs in the country.
No, we would like to thank Bank of Uganda. Thank you very much, Anna, for that detailed background, but also thank Bank of Uganda for the work you've done to get us here. So as Anna said, Bank of Uganda, you're welcome to discuss the Women's Financial Inclusion Dashboard. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Like we've been introduced, I'm proud to stand here and guarantee you that we will aggregate. So my name is Nakagomini Singoma, the Director of Statistics at Bank of Uganda, also across the. So I'm here to add to Anna. Anna, you are looking at what are the benefits. And I'll start by saying one of the benefits of being part of this is that it's going to make it easier for you to be able to submit to the regulator information as we go ahead. The whole world is going granular, and the faster you get granular, the better for you. So for me, I see Wi-Fi code as a very good intervention that will support as we come on board to align with the new. I'm proud to stand here and demonstrate to you that the second part, the second pillar of data has been handled. So as our supervised financial institutions, we guarantee you that there's so much going on in Bank of Uganda. We are going to tell you just a tip of the iceberg, but to show you that everything is being handled. Why is data central to all of this? We've had all the inputs from the champions. I'll say that whoever came in before me and Rita, who are coming, we are handling the leadership part. The champions. Now the tire hits the road, the data. You will not be able to take action without data. And not just data, but being able to get insights out of the data. We are talking of deeper financial inclusion. How will we know? How will we know where we are now? A number of statistics have been shared. Not so much for Uganda. Whatever is being shared for Uganda is still aggregated. So how do we get down to be able to identify the woman, the one who is unbanked, the one who is disadvantaged. And I would like to say that as Bank of Uganda, yes, much as we are part of the WIFI, we are not only looking at the women, but what advantage does the WIFI code bring? Is that as we put in place structures to look at the women, we are definitely looking at the men, we are definitely looking at geographical location, we are definitely looking at age and everything. So for us, the WIFI code comes in to enable us to structure support for the whole economy. So you should not be worried that other parts of financial inclusion or what will not be looked at. We are looking at everything and working with the consumer centrics and all those who are supporting the women to handle the arm of the women. So this ties in the broader strategy of Bank of Uganda to leverage big data. And what do we say at Bank of Uganda? What are we doing? We are working on governing and leveraging big data as a strategic asset that drives institutional effectiveness and supports national development. And from the speakers above, they said, how will we reach the tenfold growth? It is by having more people included, deeper inclusion. How will you know? We are here to give you the answers, but to work with you. So we are looking at stability, sound financial systems, support for socio-economic transformation. An economy cannot transform if all its participants are not participating in the financial space. So WIFI code brings in the granular aspect. If anyone hasn't been convinced by Anna, please be convinced by me. And it is not only for you to serve the regulator or to submit to the regulator, but it is also for you to be able to participate in where the economy is going. You can no longer survive if you do not have knowledge of what your granular information brings on table. So these platforms are here to support not only government, but us, both as individuals, but also as institutions. So I call upon you to adopt and take in. Anna and team are here to support us. Let's work with them as methods, but make ourselves better in terms of knowledge. At Bank of Uganda, we are looking at a number of, I always call them data projects, because I know by now, you know, I live and breathe and speak data. So we have, my other colleagues, my friends call them efficiency projects and all that, but all that comes through data. So we have the supervision technology project coming up, and this will also benefit for those who will already be in the WIFI, because WIFI comes to support you be data ready for systems coming on board. So you will find it much easier to adopt the supervision technology requirements. We have the remittances project going on, and very soon our WIFI code will have remittances in it. So those who have organized their data and are participating in this will benefit. We have the e-money, electronic money project going on. All these are data projects. I know they are requiring a number of you to change your systems, but take heart, because that's where the whole world is going. We have the credit data project that is going on. So all these are happening within the central bank, and when we add the support and working with the WIFI, then we will all move together. So I would like that the supervised financial institutions here do not look at these as different independent projects. All these projects or all these interventions are coming in to support how you manage your data and get insights out of it. So we believe that as signed up institutions prepare themselves to support insights through the Wi-Fi code. All the rest will be easy. Credit data will be easy, supervision technology data will be easy, and e-money data will be easy. So we note that this Wi-Fi code, I mean the dashboard we are launching, is looking at infrastructure and retail for now. Some of the information is not as granular as we would like it to be. However, like I've shared, we are advancing work on disaggregated business level data as part of the role that we will put in the Wi-Fi code champion. As Wi-Fi code champion, we are looking at sex aggregated data. As we come out with the credit data project, we are looking at sex aggregated in remittances, in supervision technology, all the data that we are putting together, we are focusing at the sex aggregated data. But not only sex aggregated data, we're looking at the regions, we're looking at the age, we are looking at all the factors that would enable us to identify the unbanked, the disadvantaged, and others, so that the interventions are data-driven and can inform impactful interventions going forward. So I'd like to emphasize that on ensuring that the data is useful, we are doing whatever it takes to ensure that this dashboard is useful for you. So we are not only focusing on collecting this data. Like I said, we are leveraging and governing big data. But we are also coming up with structures and frameworks to ensure that we are utilizing this data to produce responsible, ethical, and inclusive artificial intelligence for central banking excellence and for the supervised financial institutions that we support. What do I mean by that? So when we collect this data, we are going to apply all the characteristics that are required to ensure that this data is inclusive, to ensure that this data is responsible. We will not carelessly share your information. We will apply the personal, private, all those laws, all that has been structured within the platforms that we are building. So I'm here to guarantee you that you're safe. Your information is safe. It will not be given out granular as you bring it. It will be shared in aggregated form to provide insights that are inclusive. And for those who've done analytics, you know what I mean. I'll not go into detail because this is for us to demonstrate what we have so far. So I'd also like to highlight that we are working closely with Consumer Centrics, and we would like to thank you, Anna and team, World Bank, and whoever is supporting. So we are working closely to share, to train you. We will share the data that we have right now on the dashboard, but please give us feedback. We will train you on how to use it, but we would like to know what is it you'd like to see. As long as you do not ask for data for Millie, data for Andrew, as long as you don't ask, because I'll not be able to give you data that can drive you to know that this is Millie. But we will be able to give you insights that will guide decision making in your respective institutions. So we look forward to working with all the teams that are providing the information. What we are going to present still has work going on. We are working on filling it. You'll see some areas which have unknown. We are working with national ID. We are working with a number of platforms to fill in those gaps. So we will share the information, but you know this improves as we go along. So if you see some areas are still lacking, just know work is still going on. And we believe that as these other projects take shape, this Wi-Fi dashboard or gender dashboard will keep improving in terms of scope and in terms of depth. We are working with our colleagues, and I'd like to mention Hajara, the director in charge of the SCF and the small business fund. All this information will come in. You will be able to see this with time. We believe we'll be able to get in information from Invite, from Grow. So as we work together, and we know that this takes time. There are different definitions of different variables across the different institutions. So it will take us time, but we will work together and ensure that the dashboard that we give you will give you the information that is fit for purpose, for decision making, for monitoring. We must, if we are going to do tenfold growth, we must be able to know where we are, and we must be able to know what is the impact of the respective interventions that we are putting in place. My friends, Bank of Uganda cannot do this alone. So we call upon you. We have committed to be the aggregator. We call upon you for cooperation. I know when you start to ask for data from institutions, a lot of skeletons come out. But I call upon you to be brave. We all have skeletons in our houses, but we cannot get better if we continue hiding. So I call upon you to be brave. Let us sit and take charge of this, align our information. We can forget about the history of maybe 5 years back, but we need to go forward. So let's work together to go forward. We are looking at the PDM information, we are looking at the MIOGA and all that. If we can be able to put together a dashboard that informs all this, we will be good. Anna said we are number 31, but I want to pledge that Uganda comes in as number 31, but with your support, Bank of Uganda, we pledge that we will be the most effective in providing data for decision making to grow our country tenfold. Thank you so much.
The commitment from the, sorry. Rita, please.
My apologies, I got taken away. But Rita is now giving the actuals. I think I was also in words. So Rita is going to demonstrate to you what the dashboard looks like now, and we are waiting for feedback. So thank you so much. Rita, over to you.
Thank you, Millie. I know how enthusiastic she is when she starts to talk about data. Maybe just to start with to introduce myself, my name is Rita Karungi Butime. I work at the Bank of Uganda, supporting the Secretariat that is implementing the National Financial Inclusion Strategy for Uganda, 2023-2028. One of the key statistics that we have is that Uganda has registered a 14% gender gap in accessing financial services. This is quite alarming according to the World Bank Findex report that they released earlier this year. And maybe for those in the room that are not yet converted, we need to work together to close this gender gap. So I'm sure most of us have been able to access the QR code and have navigated the dashboard. This will be ready to be launched on the Bank of Uganda website. These are a few of the indicators that we are receiving currently from financial institutions on a quarterly basis. So for the banks that are in the room, I am the person that keeps stressing you about this data. But at least now you know that it's for the greater good of all of us to develop better products and develop better policies to improve financial inclusion. So what you see on the screen, it should have started. Are you able to see the screen properly? Okay, when you access the QR code that was given to you, you'll be able to see the home page, which I'm not able to distribute here. But when you look at it, we have, there's a home page over there. There's deposit accounts. We have loan accounts. We have the e-money, that's the mobile money platforms. And then we have access points. So this dashboard is giving us aggregated data in those different areas. Sorry, for example, this is the deposit account. As you can see, when you click on deposit account, you're able to receive a summary. You're able to look at the deposit accounts disaggregated by gender. You're able to see disaggregation by SME. Up here is, you'll be able to see the total deposit. Can this go? No, can it go?
Oh, this by gender, what you were saying.
Yes, so by gender, we'll also have some pie charts. And remember, this dashboard can be used to make presentations real time, because this data will be submitted real time when the SUPTEC project is up and running. Our smallest unit of administrative unit is the district. So you'll be able to get this information per district. Looking at, we also have a map there that shows the distribution of the different accounts that I've spoken about, the deposit accounts, the loan accounts, the electronic money accounts, the access points.
The internet not as strong. They want to go to one account?
Okay. So the other component is the loan accounts. And same as all the other pages, you have a map of Uganda showing distribution of the loan accounts across the country. You're able to scroll by gender. You're able to scroll by SME. You're also able to select if you're interested in commercial banks only, or credit institutions, or microfinance deposit taking institutions, and whatever district you're interested in. This is going to enable us to make further analysis for the different areas across the country. For example, you can see in a beam, if I selected a beam there, you'll see that, let's see if we have a commercial bank in a beam. We have about, no, this is loan account, sorry. We see that, and this is by SME. So 6, you can see that. So it gives you percentage of the total district and the number of loan accounts in that district. And this is similar to the other.
I know, I have the magic finger.
This one.
Oh.
How do you minimize that?
Yeah. Switch here and preload it once. Okay, just for you.
Okay. Just, sorry, I'm being confused because the same laptop is being used to live stream the event. So
The e-money transaction is what is the date? It's every e-money transaction in the country as of
September 2025. So this is quarterly, but when we have the SUPTEC project, it will be real time. At any given time, when a financial institution onboards a customer, that information will directly come to the Bank of Uganda. And one of the things we're really excited about is that this information will be very accurate, as it will come directly from your institution into the Bank of Uganda's data warehouse. So this is e-money. You're able to see the number of electronic money wallets that we have, the number of agents, again by location. You're able to see which districts have agents. Savings, you're able to see that, and it has a split between male and female. Number of savings and deposit accounts on the electronic money side. The other component that we have is access points. This one breaks down the different access points, looking at branches, ATMs, sub-branches, standalone MTNs, and branch-based ATMs. So this analysis will go a long way in guiding our efforts in developing policy and for financial institutions to extend services to areas that are not included in the formal financial system. We'll also have, aside from these, we'll have remittance data, which is still under construction, but it will be ready soon to be included on the dashboard. We also have CRB data that's yet to be uploaded. And the dream really is to have the entire financial sector represented on this dashboard. We are having engagements with the different financial sector regulators for the insurance, the pensions, the capital markets, and the dream is to have a one-stop financial inclusion dashboard that has all these services displayed. So this will be able to give us a holistic picture of what the financial sector in Uganda looks like. I would like to end with that. I hope you've been able to navigate on your side. If you have any challenges, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rita. It's been such a short time, and for people who navigate, it's not enough time for you to give feedback. Please navigate on those codes, share those codes with your IT team or whoever compiles, and send us the feedback through consumer centrics and ourselves. But what brought me here now is for us to recognize that the director in charge of financial inclusion. And that's Andrew. Andrew, maybe you just say one word. Okay, Andrew is fine without saying, but stand up and they see you. All this that you're seeing about the dashboard, yeah, is being supported by Andrew. And Andrew introduced consumer centrics to us as we're struggling with the platform, the data warehouse. He said, Millie, there's consumer centrics here. Maybe they will do something for us. So I must say that is why it's important that Andrew is already foresighted, and that's one of the reasons we are here. So for all those who are looking at financial inclusions, you're safe in Andrew's hands, working together with Rita, and on my side, we'll ensure that all the other data is aggregated within the platform as BOU, as the aggregator. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bank of Uganda. The data, FSPs, the data is safe with the Bank of Uganda, and they have indeed committed. You can as well share the skeletons as well. Now, we would like to listen to Diana Chisaka, Assistant Commissioner of Finance, URA, on the market size for micro, small, and medium enterprises in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a wonderful afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Diana Chisaka, and I'll be presenting on behalf of the Commissioner General, Uganda Revenue Authority, to handle the issue of the women micro, small, and medium enterprises in Uganda. And I'll be taking this from the Uganda perspective. I'll trust the people at the booth to move the slides. I don't want that experience. I got a little bit jittery while I sat there. It will be a brief presentation. I head the finance division of the Uganda Revenue Authority, and I happen to also interact quite a little bit with data on that side, especially as far as revenue numbers are concerned. The slides will be quite brief. Our mandate is to administer the laws that pertain to the administration of revenue in our nation. And as Uganda Revenue Authority, we are a transformational revenue service for Uganda's economic independence. We exist to mobilize revenue for national development in a transparent and efficient manner. Our core values are patriotism, integrity, and professionalism. Now, as far as the administrative framework is concerned, first, registration for tax is a voluntary obligation. Nobody is forced to register for tax, but every citizen is expected to take on their patriotic call and do the needful in order that the government may be able to mobilize the necessary resources to provide the services that are ordinarily not provided by the private sector. So this is voluntary, and it is important to note. We are also obliged to file accurate and timely tax returns. So this is independent of whether you are male or female, or you are woman or man. It is a universal obligation. In the same vein, we are required to pay our taxes and pay the correct amount of taxes. Now, on the URF front, we segment taxpayers for administration purposes, because the income tax does not separate whether you are small or big or micro. But the Act only prescribes the type of businesses that are eligible and the kind of income you must be earning in order to qualify for this purpose. So in order to support our revenue administration drive, we segment taxpayers. We have the large tax office, and here your business has to be above the 30 billion. And then the medium tax office will handle taxpayers that are 6 billion to 30. Then we've got the segment of the small taxpayers. Here, small taxpayers, again, are categorized by 3 criteria. Either we will look at the annual turnover, which is less than 6 billion, or we will look at the tax contribution, and this must be less than 1 billion, or we will look at the asset base, which is expected to be less than 10 billion. That is how you qualify under the SME regime. I know that under Investment Authority, the numbers are different, and so we have that disparity in as far as defining what an SME is. Sectors that are excluded from this categorization are banking institutions, insurance companies, petroleum and mining, gaming and pool betting establishments, internet service providers, forex bureaus, government ministries, and VIPs. So we have some individuals whose worth it may be above the 10 billion, so you will be excluded from the category of the small to medium as far as administering tax is concerned. Now this chart is indicating the women-led or women-owned SMEs, and this is on the broader level. It is covering the whole global position, not necessarily just those within the SME bracket. And we're also indicating a distribution across the areas of operation, geographical spread. And I think we see that the central region has the highest number while some areas like the southwestern and the western have very, very small numbers. I think I don't have that slide in there. Yes, I do. So here, this is the revenue contribution across those businesses. And again, this is the global figure, which goes to, as at September of this year, at 4.2 trillion, but this is the global figure. And as at last year, we had a number of 12 trillion. And then the total number of taxpayers in this bracket was 36,000. That is at last year. That number has been growing at mid-year, and here we're just looking at who has been able to file returns and make a payment during the year. There are businesses that are operating, but they've probably not filed a return since the year began, so their number will not be captured in here. There's a slide that I don't have in there, but which is now just speaking about the female-led enterprises. And as at September again of this year, we stand at a number of 20,000, vis-a-vis the number I showed earlier. So we have 20,000 in that category, and this is just small, but their contribution of revenue is 55 billion only, meaning that there is quite a lot for us to do in order to grow that number, to help these businesses formalize, access more financing to be able to survive. Because on the side of URA, a business can only pay tax if it is profitable. It can only be profitable if it is accessing financing that is affordable, and therefore the business can actually break even in the long term. So there is work for us here to do, but it is exciting that government has projects to help us, first of all, get the data, and I think the Bank of Uganda dashboard, or the, I hope I don't say it wrong. I was about to say Wi-Fi, no? Wi-Fi. I think this initiative will go a long way in supporting, even on the side of revenue administration, to actually understand what is out there and how can we make it better. I think yesterday I was trying to look at the statistics under the Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association, and I think I saw the number of memberships standing at 3.2 million. Now 3.2 million is bigger, almost bigger than what we have as a register. Individuals registered with URA stand at about 5 million right now. So if women entrepreneurs are 3, they are all probably not part of our tax register. They are out there somewhere doing something. Definitely there is a group, which is the micro, below 10 million, that does not qualify for tax. But there is something for us to actually do to grow these businesses and make them more efficient. So what are the considerations? At the end of the day, there is great opportunity for us to support the women entrepreneurs. We need to have a concerted effort as government on formalization to see that we minimize what we call the informal sector. And I think that word in tax, we use it a lot, informal, but I think what it is actually non-regulation. Because somebody is working with this person, the local governments are probably offering a license for this person to work, but on the other side, it is a dark economy. We don't know what is happening. Many of us will probably be buying addresses from people's car boots, and nobody knows you're doing it. And you can make some good money out of that. So there is need for us to improve this perspective with an all-of-government approach. Definitely, the e-platforms are a game changer in the whole of this initiative. So we believe that the financial sector is also a key partner in this regard. I know that at URA, we continue to have numerous engagements with the bank and the financial sector to support in ensuring that we actually improve our compliance as a country, that we are able to tap into all this revenue that is out there, the finances that are coming through the banks, the access through the loans. Definitely that's not information that URA would have, but we can have one voice as an economy, one voice as a country, and we can help to move this tax to GDP. For us, the aspiration is 20% tax to GDP. So with the growth of these women enterprises, we think that we can leverage on these initiatives and be able to enhance what we are doing. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thanks indeed. Thank you very much. Uganda Revenue Authority, we're glad that you are on board. Thank you so much. I think, Ruth, I think you've moved a step in your quest to define who a woman entrepreneur is and an SME. That's a separate discussion. We would like to recognize the following people who are here with us. Mr. Moses Ogwapus, Commissioner of Financial Services Department, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Ms. Rachel Mwezi, Assistant Commissioner, Microfinance Regulation, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Mr. Anthony Kintumwanje, Private Sector Secretariat, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We would also like to recognize the presence of Madam Hajara Kasuli, Director, Administered Funds, Bank of Uganda. Thank you for all your help and support. Now, would like to invite Ms. Sarah Kajingo, Vice Chair, Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, to give us the We Finance Code, Uganda's journey. Madam Sarah Kajingo, you're most welcome, and thank you for always finding the time to honor our invitation every other time we call upon you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to join you, first, all protocol observed, to join you this afternoon as we launch this pivotal We Finance Code convened by GROW Project and other Ugandan stakeholders, and as you've heard, including Bank of Uganda, the Uganda Bankers Association, Association of Microfinance Institutions in Uganda, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Private Sector Foundation fully represented by me and our CEO, Stephen Asimwe, who have committed to championing and implementing the code, this code in Uganda. I recall the light moments from which this was conceived for Uganda. I don't know if Serena, the task team leader, Serena Kavich, is here, and Dr. Ruth Aisha Kasolo, the project director of GROW, Mr. John Sengendo. Serena Kavich, at about midnight, sent me a very good photo of her and Dr. Aisha, and said, we have something up our sleeves. I said, you look very good. Where are you? They were somewhere in a garden in Kigali, attending the Financial Alliance for Women annual summit in May 2025. And I'm so excited that you managed to pull this off for Uganda. So Private Sector Foundation is a 30-year apex body of Uganda's private sector that convenes 3.5 million businesses across 13 sectors, including manufacturing, agriculture, agribusiness and forestry, professional services, financial services, trade and exports, tourism and hospitality, ICT, logistics, construction and real estate, health and education, corporate bodies and the creatives sector. And over the last 30 years, we have co-implemented projects with the government of the Republic of Uganda and esteemed development partners. And currently, as you have all heard, we co-implement the GROW project to scale women's businesses. And I would like to report to you that During the break, several women approached me extending their gratitude to PSFU, the World Bank, and the government of the Republic of Uganda. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank you, Dr. Ruth Aisha Kasolo, and to thank Mr. John Sengendo and the Ministry of Gender and the World Bank for this partnership. For the first time in Uganda, we have an interest rate capped at 10% under a project which is the biggest south of the sub-Sahara ever for women. But I would like to use this opportunity to extend our gratitude to the champions who are the reason why we are here. For you engaging global leaders at the Financial Alliance for Women annual summit in Kigali, learning from best practices and committing to strengthening the ecosystem for women entrepreneurs. It was at that summit that Uganda expressed our intent to adopt and launch the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code, a global multi-stakeholder commitment to transform how financial institutions serve women-owned businesses. The rest of the story you have heard. This Ugandan delegation played a pivotal role, engaging meaningfully to represent us, represent our country with excellency, and ensured that our country was firmly placed among global leaders championing financial inclusion for women. We have now launched this code, a milestone in extending finance to women, which is not only a policy achievement, but a promise to create a more equitable, inclusive, and vibrant financial ecosystem for women-led enterprises. For us as a business community, you know that over the years, the financial institutions have made and registered great strides. But as a private sector, we've been rooting for patient capital. And as you know, women across the world and women in Uganda, whereas we are very entrepreneurial, we remain the most underserved and unserved in some instances. So this is very exciting, especially since now we are going to have a definition of what a woman SME is. And if this understanding is uniform across financial institutions, micro, and all of you who serve women, that will be very great. But also, I would like to challenge you to scale your imagination and curate products that are sensitive to industries. The tourism sector, for example, has high and low seasons. So how can you, finance institutions, get products that understand the uniqueness of the industries across the 13 sectors that I have mentioned? So we have a little surprise for our champions this afternoon who have carried Uganda's flag very high and helped shape this journey. We will extend a little gratitude by way of a plaque, which is a symbol of our appreciation for your leadership, your commitment, and contribution to advancing Uganda's women entrepreneurship. You have set a strong foundation for the national rollout of the code, and some of you guests in this room approached me asking when you will access this money. This is not money. This is not money. It is a platform that will enable financial institutions, enable us in that ecosystem to understand the needs of a woman MSME, so that every product is informed by the code we have launched this morning. But also to clarify, 3 ladies approached me and said, whenever we get to the banks, the money is done. That is very true, because women are entrepreneurial, and we at PSFU do not have the architecture, do not have the infrastructure. So our partner banks have done a fantastic job. We had to incentivize them, and we thank the World Bank for listening to us and curating these products together. So what has really shocked us is that whenever the first batch goes, it is done, it is gone. So maybe development partners need to join us to catalyze this, need to join us and replicate this. Otherwise, we are very thankful to the World Bank and to our teams. Thank you, Dr. Aisha. Thank you, Mr. John Sengendo. I'll now use this opportunity to invite Ms. Serena Kavich, Task Team Leader, World Bank. Ms. Millie Nalkwago Isingoma, Director, Statistics, Bank of Uganda. Dr. Tewo Ntale Sechito, Founder of Unshuti Financial Services. Dr. Ruth Aisha Kasolo, Biyinzika, Project Coordinator Grow at Private Sector Foundation. Mr. Paul Nwagaba, Access Finance Specialist, Grow, Private Sector Foundation. Mr. Ernest Wasake, Regional Representative, Africa Consumer Metrics. And you will join me in that order to receive the plaque. And in conclusion, to thank you all for responding to our invitation. As we launch this vision, launch this journey, we envision a world where women create, build, and scale businesses on an equal footing. And we believe that this We Finance Code will help sort most of the constraints faced by women in accessing finance. Thank you very much, and I wish you a great afternoon.
So as I read the name, someone moves up. Ms. Serena Kavichi, champion. Ms. Millie Nalkwago Isingoma. You can stay up for the group photo. Dr. Theopista Ntale Sechito. Dr. Ruth Aisha Kasolo Biyinzika. Mr. Paul Nwagaba is not here. Mr. Ernest Wasake. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll definitely launch an investigation into what is unique about Ernest, the only man among the women. So congratulations, Ernest. You've earned it. You've earned it. Thank you for the hard work that has enabled us to get where we are. So I would like to recognize, in addition, the presence of Dr. Isaac Umar Idrisu, Regional Hub Manager for the Islamic Development Bank. Thank you very much for your presence. I would also like to recognize the presence of Madame Anita Louise Nabidi Mwada, Country Officer, International Finance Corporation. Thank you. And the Wi-Fi code story could not be complete without our indefatigable Serena Kaviki. Not anywhere related to Serena Hotel. But Serena would like to welcome you to give us an overview of the We Finance Code Uganda. You're most welcome, and thank you for all you've done for women economic financing and development in Uganda.
Thank you, John. Thanks, everyone. And before I start my little presentation, which really is a little bit of a flashback on what we did and how we started, and I think Sarah gave me a very good incipit, because she talked about a particular picture. But before I start, I wanted to thank, rather than, of course, Ruth and John, our communication specialist in the GROW project, Madame Udira, who's here. I hope Diana is over there in the back. Yes, because I actually really think we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for them and for the great work they do constantly. I think it's a 24/7, so thank you very much. So let me just give you a very, very quick, I'm the one running the presentation, a little bit of a historic moment. How did all of this started? So GROW, Generating Growth, Opportunity and Productivity for Women Enterprises, has one very important part to it, which is the GROW Innovation and Learning Lab, which is really a platform that allows ideas to come into action. So I took over GROW about a year ago, and this GROW Innovation Lab was an idea, but we didn't really know what to do with it. So I did what the lab does, which is taking it and bringing it into action. Now the GROW Lab, which started in May 2025, in Kampala, we had an event of 2 days where we really brought in a lot of different ideas and entrepreneurs, as well as our banks, the banks we've been working with GROW, but also different financiers. We had Shona Capital, who was in the room. We brought in different type of development banks. We brought in Balloon Ventures, who does something different, and also MFIs, and also SACCOs. And we really wanted to look and think, how can GROW help innovation? How can GROW help some innovation come into place? So this is what the GROW Lab offers now. It's a platform for women entrepreneurs and key stakeholders to undertake collective learning action. That was May 2025. Please make note of the dates, because then I will have a little bit of a picture show, so you'll have to match the dates with the events. And Sarah already spoke about a particular picture. So the GROW Innovation Lab, as I said, is a platform that allows ideas to action. What it does, it promotes collaborative problem solving across finance, markets, infrastructure, data, and policy. It's evidence-based solution and pathways to really find solution. I give an example here, the non-collateralized lending or alternative credits, climate and finance. So one of the problems that we realized was coming to us as GROW was that the collateral is really a big issue. I mean, how can we work with institutions, with financiers, to figure out solutions that can move this collateral business to something else? We wanted to learn and align both government and different partners, whether they are private, whether they are MFIs, so how can we all work together? And we wanted really to have a long-term mechanism that can drive and scale innovation. This is all, as you're also here today, this is beyond GROW. GROW is a project. It's scheduled to terminate by end of 2027. So what's left after GROW, really? Why does the Innovation Lab matters? It's trying to prevent fragmented efforts. How many of you in the room are lending to women? You can raise your hands. I'm starting to become a more interactive session because you have another one later. And how many of you talk to each other and try to make sure that we're doing and we're learning from each other? So that's also what the lab is trying to do. It's really trying to build an agenda for women economic empowerment, try to prevent isolation, but also really, and I think this is why we're all here today, position Uganda as a leader in gender inclusive finance. And as was said before, we are the 32nd or the 31st country that is actually achieving the code. And it's really a big commitment. Now, you have to pay attention to this timeline because there will be pictures and I will ask if you can recognize the picture for each event. So this is how it started, really. We had the Innovation and Learning Lab, previous slide, and then a group of us went to Kigali. And we have participated to the annual Wi-Fi Finance Code Study Tour. And then after that, and when we were there, we thought, maybe we can do it. We can get this done. We have PSFU, we have GROW, we have Bank of Uganda with us, Midi was with us. Theopista was with us, I don't know where she is now. And we said we should try. So June 2025, that's when we had the first steering committee. And so you have Ministry, you have PSFU, the World Bank, Bank of Uganda, and very importantly, Argidius Foundation. They were the first one probably believing in this process. Then in July 2025, Consumer Centrics was retained as a technical advisor on the code, and again, was Argidius Foundation, finally, initially, putting some spin to this movement. Then in August 2025, there was a code sensitization workshop here in Kampala. I wasn't here, I was on holiday in Italy, trying to stay on holiday, but I was called for this important event, so I was online. And that's where, again, there was a very positive spin and the financial sector came together. Then September, October, a very busy month. We were thinking, are we going to make it before election time? This is going to be a bit challenging, but you're all here in the room, and so this is a testimony of the commitment. So the code governance was set up. We had the initial signatories recruited, and really PSFU joined the Financial Alliance for Women, which is another big achievement. Now it's November 19th, and we are here, and finally the code is being formally launched. So this is a little bit of history of the past 6 months. So it's achievable, it can be done. There are other countries that are taking much longer, so I really wanted to congratulate all of you. And that's where some pictures for you are. So here we are, the first picture, Sarah, is where one I sent you. This is Dr. Aisha, myself, Ernest, and Paul in Kigali. This is the airport. We landed and we weren't really sure what was gonna happen. And then there's Dr. Aisha and myself trying to take some screen roll, and that was not our alliance, but GROW was mentioned twice, remember? Because we did a very good job at the Innovation Lab in Kampala. Then this is me and Argidius Foundation trying to agree on what was going to do next, but really, I think this is exchanging phone numbers. And that very important picture is when we participated to the Wi-Fi Code seminar. So that's how we realized how this can happen. And then this is the sensitization workshop in Kampala. I put myself on that picture because I was online, but I still really wanted to be there. So you have Madam Minister was also joining us for that day, and it was really an important event. Now, I can talk a lot more about this. How much time do I have? I have a little bit of time, no? Consumer-centric, I say I'm done. Maybe just one word. What are the benefits of Wi-Fi Finance Code for Uganda, and why GROW has been believing in it, and thanks to all of you. It will strengthen the collection, the quality, and the usage of WMSMEs data. It will deepen the capacities of financial service providers to serve, really, the WSME market. It will rally national ecosystem around united causes, supporting WMSMEs, and it will really position Uganda and its national financial inclusion strategies as a best practice globally. I'm not allowed to go through each of the columns, but I think it's good for all of us to move. What's next? what's next? And again, I mean, GROW is part of this process, and it's going to continue to support. But this is a little bit what was presented before, how with your Bank of Uganda leadership, we will be collectively working on the WIFI as code indicators. We will have a unified WMSME definition, which is very important to have and promote sex disaggregated data. And we will continue with the coalition activities. One other little part more for GROW, maybe because everybody's looking at GROW and what is GROW going to do about it. So as you know, we have had a bit of history. It's now been a year since we launched the financing facility. We've got a lot of press coverage, sometimes good, sometimes not so good, but we are all learning. And that's why we have an innovation and learning lab, and that's why all our partnering finance institutions are in the room, and that's why we're bringing in some new ones. So we're going to try to really improve the targeting and products for WSMEs across all partnering financial institutions. We're trying to strengthen the lab and see how the learning lab can actually help not only the GROW agenda, but all for Uganda. Now, one important thing that we wanted to really also move forward is having an integrated climate indicators into the We Finance Code to really track also climate exposure of women-led micro and small entrepreneurs, including assessing how floods, droughts, and heat stress affects operator assets and income. I think Commissioner Alex of Labor is here in the room. We recently had the country development report presented, and according to data, the key group that will be affected by climate changes is the labor force, is the people going to work, because they're not going to be able to reach work, they're not going to be able to be productive, they're going to have to worry on how their house is going to be flooded. And this connects very, very beautiful. I saw NSSF were also in the room earlier. I don't know if Alex is still around. There you go. But also how insurance and social protection system will help and how we bring them into the picture. So that's just to say there is another big bit that we want to do on climate indicators within the code, but also really to move outside. And we are thinking of bonds. It's an idea that was floating in our table in Rwanda also, how we could do gender bonds and climate-related bonds. I think that's really it for my presentation. And this was last night. This is the room. We're all here now. We were still working. So you see there is Anna, there is John, Ernest. We were here until quite late. I actually left earlier. But thank you very much. I hope this was a good bit of a fun presentation and some history. Thank you.
Thank you, Serena, very much for the overview, but also capturing very important moments. I think that's part of your trademark. Thank you for taking us through the journey of how this has all been. We'd like to make special recognition to two financial institutions who are members of the Financial Alliance for Women, Centenary Bank and Stanbic Bank, and who are also members of the steering committee, National Steering Committee for the WIFI Code, but also specifically to recognize the work that has been done by Ms. Sarah Nanskombi of Stanbic and Beatrice Rugarambi of Centenary Bank. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much for putting in the time, for attending all our meetings. There have been several, indeed. We're drawing towards the close of our engagement today. We'll have two presentations and then we'll go into the closing remarks. I'd like to invite Ms. Brenda Sekabembe for an interview discussion over there. It will be brief, and then we'll have another one, a panel discussion that will be moderated by Dr. Ruth, and then we'll go into the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
a very small beginning to become something very big. And today I sit here to give testimony that as a beneficiary of the GROW project, we got the loan from DFCU Bank, and it has pushed us, we're able to scale faster than we had anticipated. So we are really, really happy. I am very grateful to Private Sector Foundation and the Ministry of Gender for making this, and the World Bank, of course, for making this possible.
Thank you very much, Brenda. We just would like you to, looking back at your entrepreneurial journey, what have been the key milestones in your business consolidation and growth over the 20 years, briefly?
Okay, there are several milestones, but I'll mention a few. The first one, being able to identify my brand. You know, it's one thing getting a name, but then registering it, getting a logo that is eventually widely acceptable, not only in Uganda and beyond. That was a very, very important milestone for Beck for me. Secondly, getting to a point of financial stability. Yeah. I remember a time where I would pay myself a salary and then use the same to pay my workers. It was really laughable, but when you get to a point where you can register actual profit, it's a very, very important milestone in any business. And, you know, that's something I look back at and I'm like, this has been worth the struggle and, you know, keeping in there. Also very important to note is putting systems in place, okay? Because I wouldn't be here, for example, if I couldn't delegate so much work to my staff. So every business needs to get to a point where work can go on without necessarily involving the founder or the owner. So that has been a very important milestone. Then also, we are now semi-automated. It is semi, but I'm looking forward to one of the, I think one of the, the benefits of the GROW project that they're helping us with digitalizing our business, and we've started on that journey. So I look forward to also looking back and seeing that milestone, and of course relating it to the GROW project.
Thank you. Brenda, what are the key barriers or challenges you've had to face and that women in general, women entrepreneurs in general face?
Okay. Of course, there are several barriers. My sister, Diana Monda, she's still here, was up here talking about how it is, how paying tax is supposed to be voluntary and all, but the truth is, sometimes choosing to onboard on paying, like being compliant, might appear like a barrier, you know? So many women out there feel that choosing to pay taxes is like choosing between a rock and a hard place. Do I pay, do I not pay? I want the big business, I want to formalize. Whenever you're looking for big business, everyone will have a long list of the statutory obligations that you must fulfill. But again, I'm telling you ladies out there, it is good for you to formalize your business. No one will listen to you. No one will give you that big business that you're looking for if you're not formal. So yes, much as it seems like a barrier, but I think it's mainly the way some of these things are done. You have penalties left, right, and center. You know you're trying to be compliant, and then the noose is tightened around your neck, and then you're wondering why don't they look for more people to onboard. But it is well, it's a journey, and I believe we are moving forward together, like URA says, growing Uganda together. Another barrier is lack of financial literacy. I'll give some flowers to a few banks that I see here, Centenary Bank, Stanbic Bank, and DFCU Bank. I'm sorry, those are the ones that I can mention because they take the extra effort to teach us. DFCU Bank has been very instrumental in teaching investment clubs, among other, groups of people who are banking with them. I remember I attended my first financial literacy class, I think about 4 years, with a Stanbic Bank. It was really wonderful, and so we need to learn. The business women, the entrepreneurs, want to learn. In fact, sometimes they are not even aware that they should be learning. So if you teach us, it gets better. By the time we are done learning, we feel we owe the bank an account at least. So, much as it's a barrier, yes, for those who need financial literacy, so we should work towards giving some of these incentives to the women business owners. Market access, of course, it requires a lot of hard work to make sure you are visible enough. Visibility equates to profitability. Of course, poverty. Then when it comes to accessing finance, I cannot fail to speak about it. Most of the previous speakers mentioned something about it. And drawing also from the GROW project, for example, the money was there, ready to be received, and the truth is that some ladies did not have the collateral to present. So, someone really wants to benefit and grow their business, but that particular barrier, and of course it draws in the cultural and social issues, not only in Uganda, I think generally in the world. But to speak more about Africa, most women might not own property, or they need to get the consent of their spouses. So it becomes a very, very big barrier. And even sometimes when I own the property, the bank wants my spouse to consent. Really? Anyway, today we are not talking about, but yeah, it tends to be a barrier, because sometimes the man can say no, and that's the end of it. You cannot benefit from such a wonderful loan with very low interest rate.
Thank you, Brenda. It's not, WIFI code is about asking financial providers to do more for women entrepreneurs.
Yes.
It's not every day that you have Ministry of Finance in the room, the Bank of Uganda, international development banks, and commercial banks, and all the other the entire ecosystem in one room. What it is that they can do for women like you and many others, just in addition to the access to finance that you talked about, anything that you would like the audience to do for you and other women?
My answer is very, very simple. Please reduce the interest rates. It's as simple as that. I remember a time that this bank dangled, like someone dangles meat before a dog. So they dangled this meat in front of me. You don't need collateral, come and borrow. And I think it started at 18%, but by the time I'd done about 5 years with the bank, borrowing, paying back, the interest rate had risen to 27%, and I wasn't even aware, because they make sure those words are very, very tiny. You don't even read them. So you get very shocked that you're paying interest of 27% per annum. So please reduce the lending rates and be honest with your client, because I'm paying bank charges every month. You should be telling me that, what, Brenda, just bring the collateral if you have it and get a lower rate. What else would the banks do for us? Of course, financial literacy, I've already mentioned. Please teach, be honest, because I'm in a long-term relationship with you as a client. So be honest with me. When you have a better option on table, that's what you should be selling to me. Don't leave me to keep taking the very expensive loans. And also, of course, try to reduce the rigidity around the requirements, because I want to assume that if the code is going to show you how many women have failed to access loans because they don't have collateral, then let the bank sit on a table and find a way of helping these women without necessarily pushing them to, to go beyond what they can manage at that point.
Lastly, what advice would you give to young women in Uganda who are just starting their entrepreneurial journey? Lastly.
The advice I would give to young women is please invest in learning. Learning should be continuous. There's always something to learn every day. So invest in learning. Whenever you're invited for dialogues or whatever it is, show up, because there'll be that one thing that you'll pick up on that day. And secondly, it's also important for you to surround yourself with people who can believe in your vision. For example, if you're growing a business, you need to surround yourself with maybe fellow business owners or people that are ready to hold your hand and mentor you into greatness.
Many thanks indeed. Dr. Ruth, you're welcome for the last session before the closing remarks. So you're welcome.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I know that you're coming from the private sector, most of you, and we've run out of time. So I want to do mine the private sector way, cut it by 75%. I am going to just invite my panelists, the four, and within 1 minute we are done with it. And we are going to do it standing. All right? So I would like to invite Beatrice, who is representing Mr. Fabian Cassie. I want to invite Beatrice she's an general manager at Centenary Bank. By the way, Beatrice, we were with her in Kigali. When we started this conversation, don't worry, it was just deliberate. The chairman himself of the board wants to hand it over to you. Plus Prosi, please. Okay. Beatrice is here. I want to invite Veronica. Veronica is also one of the few MDs we have from her. And then I also want to, yes, please, Catherine, come. It seems my panel is just full of ladies. All right? And then I'm also, she's Stanbic Business Incubation Center is doing a lot of great work. Thank you so much for the work. We have also Miranda. Where is Miranda? Miranda is the head of retail bank at KCB. So the fact that we are standing, I'm also going to first make you stand up. Stand up for a minute, for a second. And I'm going to ask you by force to clap for us because we are smart. You look at all these ladies here. Yeah? It is a panel for ladies who are smart. When I say smart, smart upstairs. Yeah. Now you can sit. So we are not going to sit. You've heard about this very long conversation about the Wi-Fi code launch and what it means. And of course, you've all committed yourself. And I think I wanted to just use it to say, just from each one of you in 1 minute, what is your take? What is going to be your next step? You've been doing so much in your various capacities, serving women. And I think for me, that will make my day. Alex will be so happy to hear what next from each one of you. Now she's pushing me to start. Is it because you're putting on red? You know, people from red are very cantankerous. So maybe let me start from Miranda. We start from you. You've had everything. As a bank, what is your take home? What do you want to tell us?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So for us in KCB, we have already started this journey. And we have been using data actually on women to design our products, and we will continue. So the idea here is that we are going to scale. We are very happy to be part of this. And if we are able to, to have that unified data, and very especially if we're able to define a woman SME in a standard way, then we can collect data collectively, and that should help us to do even more. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from Catherine.
Thank you very much. I think from Stanbic as well, we have already been along this journey. From a Stanbic perspective, we've been able to lend to women at affordable rates. So far, our loan portfolio to women is north of $56 million. and we've affected 20,000 women. So we already aligned. I think the one thing that I want to leave is to say that finance alone is not enough. So we need to train, but also we need to link women to markets. At the Stanbic Business Incubator, the other thing that we say as well is that capacity building alone is not enough. Access to finance is important, but also access to market. So in terms of the future, all the three pillars are important for us if we are to ensure that women participate. So thank you.
Thank you, Centenary. You've had Superwomen for a long time. Very interesting journey. Beatrice, you've been part of this. Now that you've signed on the Wi-Fi code, what next from you?
I'm really excited to be part of this journey. We have a 10-year run with the women program, our Superwomen program in the bank. And the business case has really been real. In our business case now, we're able to move our women market from 28% to now 45% of the bankable population. You also realize that the women case for borrowing, we moved them from 10% to now 38% borrowing. So our NPA on the women is less than 1%. That's why we are so passionate about women. What is my take? From all this, I see collaboration being at the heart of engagement. When all actors are coming together and we are getting into a national systematic way of serving the women market, innovation will be unpacked and we'll be able to deliver more on the product space. So we are committed to take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, Beatrice is my OG, and Sarah is my OG. So Trinity College na bingo, oh yeah? But now, back to the women aspect. Do you know the first banker in the world is and was a woman? And this woman is able to save someone for 9 months. Keep that someone, feed. So if you're a woman here, you are a vault of humanity. Now for us as Pride Bank, the key takeaway, with the AI-enabled banking, we intend to use more data to understand the behavior of women and see which sectors and which segments we need to target more, which locations are really excluded, because our purpose is transforming lives responsibly. But I have an assignment for all of us today as I leave. Go back to yourself, the inner you, before you started putting on suits, before you got titles. And remember the 3 women who affected you the most in your life. It might have been a teacher, a matron, it might have been the cook. Not someone you're related to, your neighbor. And I request you get those 3 women. Get in touch before the year ends. You light that candle for those women, whether it is a thank you, a hello, a Christmas coke, or a piglet. Such that as the financial institutions are doing their part, but also you at a personal level, you're doing something for those 3 women. And practice it year by year. We shall make Uganda a great nation. Thank you so much.
So ladies and gentlemen, our panel session is done. And I would like to invite, I've seen the beneficiaries that have enjoyed. And I'm going to ask them to be part of that photo. Commissioner Gwampus, come here. You were excited. Alex, I saw you focused. Very focused. Please come here. I also want to invite our vice chairperson of the board, and we have the group photo, and Mr. Stephen Asimwe, Mr. Biaruhanga, please, Biarugaba, please come. And we have an Anna. Let's have a picture with this interesting panel of ladies, interesting women that are rocking the financial services industry. And we are good to go. All right? Please, photographer. We are ready. Let's take our picture. Serena, sorry. Please come and be part of that. John has missed all pictures. Please, John. You have missed most pictures. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our panel session.
Thank you.
And John, I would like to hand over to you.
Thank you
to
very much.
officially close.
I request Ms. Oga to stay, Bank of Uganda, the permanent secretary's representative, because we are going to hand over certificates to the second cohort of financial service providers. Yeah, Equity Bank. Equity Bank. Serena, please join the award, and Vice Chairperson, please. Diamond Trust Bank, you're welcome. Equity Bank first. Diamond Trust Bank will follow. No. That's. Okay. Equity Bank, not in the room. Diamond Trust Bank. Opportunity Bank. Are they here? Okay. Opportunity Bank. Opportunity Bank, thank you very much. Finca Uganda. Finca, please. Finca left. Islamic Development Bank. Islamic Development Bank. Now this is good news. ABC Bank has also just signed. So please come for a ceremonial handover, and last will be Bank of Uganda. So Finca. ABC Bank. Thank you. That was really, don't worry, just for ABC Bank. That was spot on. Thank you so much for the quick decision making. And last but not least, of course, yes, Sajara, please come and receive for Bank of Uganda. And lastly, Bank of Uganda. Bank of Uganda, lastly, of course. Bank of Uganda. lastly, Bank of Uganda. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our audience, for staying up to the end. Thank you for the commitment. We're looking forward to inviting you in a year's time to measure scale and impact. Scale and impact for Mr. Ogwapus. We request you to come, give your closing remarks, and close the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have received my meal card, and just like all of you, I am anxious to get the next agenda item, so I won't take so much of your time. I'd like to appreciate all of you for being here and for being champions of women empowerment, women financial inclusion, and overall financial inclusion. In the last 2 weeks, I've been in boardrooms and conferences with so many of you. I am so pleased that we are doing so much in common for the sake of financial inclusion and taking our country to the next level tenfold. I was telling my friend Asimwe, not the other Simwe, this Asimwe, that I would like to see grow beyond this grow, because there are so many interventions all over in the government and other partners around financial inclusion and women empowerment. As our very strategic partners, I'd like to see that you become the epicenter of advocacy, policy, and driving financial inclusion, the financial inclusion agenda for women. And I'll have further discussions with my friend to see how best to take this forward. I'd like to thank you all for your contribution to this event, especially the organizers. Let me read my speech. It's a great honor to join you today at the launch of Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code in Uganda, an initiative that is both timely and transformative. Allow me to congratulate the Private Sector Foundation in Uganda and all the signatory institutions for championing this important effort to expand access to finance for women entrepreneurs. We are grateful to the World Bank for its global leadership and continued support towards strengthening women economic empowerment. At the heart of this initiative lies a powerful truth: women's financial inclusion is no longer a peripheral agenda. It's a central pillar of genuine economic transformation. Women-owned and women-led enterprises create jobs, sustain households, spur innovation, and contribute significantly to national development. Yet, despite this enormous contribution, whether from the coffee farmer in Mbale, the urban trader, the kiosk operator in Lukaya, the market vendor in Kawempe, or the tailor in Kiembe, women of millions remain excluded from formal financial services. The Global Findex Report 2024 highlights a persistent gender gap of 14 percentage points in financial accounts ownership. Here in Uganda, while 80% of men possess financial accounts, only 66% of women do. Lack of collateral continues to be a major barrier. Many women do not hold land titles, property, or other assets traditionally required as security for credit, a structural disadvantage reinforced by customary norms and unequal asset ownership. This is not only restricts their access to credit, but also limits their ability to grow their enterprises. Financial illiteracy further constrains women's effective participation in the financial system. Limited knowledge of savings, budgeting, loan terms, and digital financial tools leaves many vulnerable to unfavorable products and undermines their confidence in engaging with formal institutions. Limited ownership of mobile phones compounds these challenges. According to the 2023 FinScope report, 80% of men own mobile phones, compared to only 64% of women. In today's digital economy, mobile phones are no longer a luxury. They are the gateway to financial inclusion. Yet many women, particularly in rural areas, lack access to mobile devices or smartphones, restricting their ability to use mobile money, digital credit, and other essential digital financial services. These figures are not just statistics. They are a call to action, a reflection of entrenched policy gaps, and a reminder of the urgency with which we must design products that enhance women's access to and use of financial services. The We Finance Code provides a clear, coordinated, and evidence-based pathway to close this financial gap and unlock the full potential of women entrepreneurs across the country. It is not merely a statement of intent, it's a call to action. The code brings together government, regulators, financial institutions, development partners, and private sector actors with a shared purpose to close the gender financing gap and empower women enterprises in Uganda. We are proud to join this global movement. A central pillar of the We Finance Code is its focus on strengthening data systems. As government, we recognize that accurate sex disaggregated data is essential for informed policy decisions, effective investments, and robust performance tracking. The Ministry of Finance looks forward to continued collaboration with the World Bank, Bank of Uganda, financial service providers, the whole government and development partners to build stronger, more efficient data ecosystems capable of generating timely and reliable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, government remains steadfast in its commitment to creating an enabling environment for inclusive finance and SME growth, essential pillars for achieving our tenfold growth strategy. Our responsibility is to ensure that policies, regulations, and public investments support enterprise development, particularly for women who continue to face disproportionate exclusion. We continue to advance reforms to strengthen the financial sector and expand inclusive accesses. Some of the interventions that we are focusing on include the National Payment Systems Act. It's probably been talked about, which has been critical in order to leverage on the digital footprint. And for this, government enacted the National Payment Systems Act 2020 that has facilitated women, especially in rural areas, to access digital financial services, such as the use of mobile money, notwithstanding what I said about the inadequacy with respect to access to smartphones and phones in general and the cost of data. I came late because I was over the other side of this facility chairing a meeting which is addressing an issue of movable asset-based lending, a project we are executing with many partners, IFC, Ministry of Justice, the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Bank of Uganda, PSFU, and many other partners. We believe that this initiative will support de-risking lending to women. The National Financial Inclusion Strategy, my colleagues from Bank of Uganda probably spoke about this. They are our secretariat. Is a critical intervention and vehicle that government has put in place to address gender inclusive finance. And then the Ministry of Finance established a climate finance unit in 2022, which is also one of our efforts towards this agenda. I want to touch on the issue of affirmative action for women, just to demonstrate government commitment in support of women. Besides the GROW project, government has taken bold steps to implement several programs. For instance, the PDM, which is a massive program which I'm proud to be associated to or with. Within the PDM framework is embedded a gender inclusive strategy, and as a result, 54% of the beneficiaries of our funds are female, and while 46 are male at national level, just to show you how much emphasis government puts on empowering women. I would like to also recognize the significant impact GROW, championed by PSFU, has had on this endeavor. As one of Uganda's largest women-focused enterprise initiative, GROW is expanding opportunities for thousands of women entrepreneurs by accessing finance, strengthening business capability, and improving market participation. Its objective is closely aligned, obviously, with the WIFI Finance Code and exemplifies the transformative potential of public-private partnerships. We welcome the commitments being made by all of you today, by financial service providers and all stakeholders, by signing the code, and we recognize that you've committed to set up gender-responsive products, systems, and services to facilitate and increase access to finance for women and women-led entrepreneurs. We recognize that you committed to appoint institutional champions within your organizations to drive women's financial empowerment. We also recognize that you've committed to strengthen capacity building initiatives and support the development of productive women-driven enterprises, and to promote women's employment and leadership within your institutions, intentionally removing barriers that limit their growth. And finally, for the credit reference bureaus and scoring institutions to ensure credit algorithms that are free from structural gender bias. As the Ministry of Finance, we stand ready to support the next phase of implementation. We will actively participate in working groups, facilitate policy dialogue, and ensure alignment between national programs and commitments under the code. Our shared goal is clear: to ensure that today's launch leads to real, tangible financing opportunities for women entrepreneurs across Uganda. By working together, we can unlock the full potential of Uganda's women entrepreneurs and drive sustainable economic transformation for our country. As I conclude, I call upon all financial service providers to work for women, not merely around women. Thank you very much, and I look forward to our continued collaboration. I'm sorry I was in the marathon, but thank you so much. God bless you. And bon appetit.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, Mr. Moses Ogwepus. Just lastly, I'm pleased to announce that the Department of Microfinance Regulation at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, formerly Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, has also signed the code. So thank you very much. And just to let you know that any other person who would like to sign, we have enough documents at the desk, at the registration desk. You can go with the documents as you contemplate, as you make the decision. And for any corroboration information, asks, or returning of signed documents, for now you can reach out to Paul Nwagaba at the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. Lunch is served in Addis Hall. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you.